Today we're going to be doing some more ranked draft, which at the moment is Rivals of Ixalan draft. So we're just going to dive right in. I'm going to go through our picks in a little bit of detail. And then if some people turn up early, then we'll use Deckmaster to allow people to vote, and we will discuss specific picks. But let's crack on. And in 20 minutes the dailies reset, so get some more coins. Hopefully get through 2 drafts this morning. We'll see how we get on. Has it actually done the Discord announcement yet? No. We'll load up the first pack and we will see how long it takes for the rest to happen. So, good morning everyone. Thanks for tuning in this wonderful Sunday morning. We have an interesting pack here with a couple of choices. So we'll give people a couple of minutes to read up on the cards, and then we'll go through them. Form of the Dinosaur is similar to an old card, Form of the Dragon, which sets your life total 15, then it deals 15 damage to target creature, and it deals damage to you. So it fights with you become a dinosaur, and then fight with a creature every turn. Stormfleet Swashbuckler, 2/2 with a sand, and it gets double strike. Jungle Creeper is a 3/3 that you can pay 5 mana to return from your graveyard to your hand. Exultant Sky Marcher, the flyer. Nothing massively interesting in this pack. I think it's just the rare. I really like this card. Always find that it is just life buffer. Means you can play like a control deck, get low on life, play this, having stabilized with your creatures because you spent a turn not blocking, and then as part of that you then have the ability to just start killing their creatures at the cost of some of your life, but at the end of the day they were going to be hitting you for that much damage anyway, so it's a pretty good deal. So we're going to pick that one as a start. This next pack, Blood Sun, enters the battlefield, all lands lose all abilities except mana abilities. That one's not great. Curious Obsession, a standard all-star. It gets +1/+1 and then has Curiosity, and if you didn't attack, you have to sacrifice it. Riverrise Augur is the Brainstorm card. Crashing Tide is the Merfolk related card. It's a sorcery if you don't control a Merfolk, and it's just an unsummon that draws a card. Kitesail Corsair, very good attacking creature. This one's a slightly more interesting pick than some of the other ones. We'll wait and see what you guys think. Just to make sure everyone understands how the voting system works. So at the moment I've got it set so everyone gets one vote, one one vote. If followers get essentially 3 votes, so every vote counts for 3, and then when we get to subscribers, they'll get some more votes as well. So once we get to the point of doing that, we'll have slightly more interesting stuff going on. So this one I think is Kitesail Corsair. Kitesail Corsair is just the best attacking creature. Some of these other cards are better in other decks. Curious Obsession is obviously very good with Kitesail Corsair, but we don't have anything to go with that yet. This card's the best card on its own, so we're going to go with that one. New Brew, thanks for the follow. Right, so this next one, we've got the Ferocidon's Rare, which isn't very good. Aquatic Incursion, Snubborn Sentry, Negate, Soul of the Rapids, Spirewinder, Dark Inquiry, Dusk Legion Zealot, Goblin Trailblazer, Stampeding Horncrest, Guiltgrove Stalker, Overgrown Armasaur. I think this one's reasonably close. My main decision would be, like, the best cards in the pack for me are Goblin Trailblazer and Spirewinder. So for me, the decision is between those. So it's just a matter of figuring out which one we want to be. Kitesail Corsair is obviously a flyer, Spirewinder also a flyer, so those kind of pair together quite nicely. It means we could be blue-white flyers. We could still be an Ascend deck. With Spirewinder, we could be a red Ascend deck and just have Form of the Dinosaur as a way to gain some health and deal with creatures. Trailblazer, I think, is just slightly weaker. Certainly, even if we didn't have this card, like, I would rather have the Spirewinder pair with the Corsair. They work really well together. This one being able to pressure early, this one being able to push over late. So for me, the pick is Spirewinder. This next pack is slightly less inspiring. So we've got Aquatic Incursion, Oathsworn Vampire, Moment of Triumph, Deadeye Righauler, Sea Legs, Tilnelli's Crown, Erasca Raptor, Mutiny, Brazen Freebooter, Recover, and Traveller's Amulet. I think the best card in the pack is Deadeye Righauler. I don't think that's particularly close, so it's on colour for the couple of picks that we've made. So we're just going to go with that one. And we will just move on, not going to waste too much time on that pack. There wasn't a whole lot going on in that one. This one, again, not going to spend too much time on this one just because there's not too many interesting picks. I think it's either Dusk Charger or Buccaneer's Bravado. So if we end up being blue-red Pirates, Buccaneer's Bravado is one of the better combat tricks. But if we ended up being some kind of Ascend deck, Dusk Charger is quite good. I think I'm going to pick the Bravado just because I would rather be aggressive. It just leads to having slightly more aggressive draws. Which I think we don't necessarily need to be playing this card and we're not attached to it, but I think it pairs nicely with what we've got going on. It means we do get to keep picking our cards on colour. This one, there's another Dusk Charger, but there's a Frilled Deathspitter. Frilled Deathspitter, despite not being a pirate, is just a 3-mana 3/2 with Enrage. It's a nice little card that's going to help us fill out the curve. So we'll go with that one. Again, won't spend too much time when there aren't too many decisions to make. This one, we have a Dusk Legion Zealot for any of the black decks, along with Sanguine Glorifier for the Vampire Tribal, Guiltgrove Stalker for Merfolk, but we're just going to pick another Death Spitter, and we're just going to try and be... We're certainly going to be red now. We've got a lot of decent red cards. And blue cards. Blue cards are drying up, but it doesn't mean that it's not open, because of the way that this works with the bots. We've got Pirate's Pillage, Erasca Raptor, Stampeding Horncrest. I'm going to pick up the Pirate's Pillage. I think I would rather have access to that card if we end up picking up some more Ascend payoff cards. than picking up an early Horncrest. Well, we'll pick them up. If we end up being some kind of weird flyers and dinosaur deck, so with Death Spitters and Horncrests, then that's fine, but I'd rather be picking them up later if I'm going to be picking them up at all. So pick up a Pirate's Pillage. Not inspired by this pack. I'm going to pick a Sea Legs that I don't intend on playing. Again, same as the last pack. Pick up a Negate. We might well play the Tilnally's Crown in this deck because we've got Death Spitter. So this one didn't go this pack didn't go amazingly. We got some nice synergy cards, but nothing massively exciting. But we'll see how we get on with the next few packs. Okay, so this one's much more interesting. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, arguably 8 picks we can make. So I think we just need to. This one's worth voting on. See what people think. Protein Raider is the raid clone. So it enters as a copy of any creature on the battlefield if you've attacked. Siren Reaver is the 3/2 that it's for 4 mana, or if you've raided, it costs 3 mana. So very aggressive card there. Spirewinder we've already got access to. Sailor of Means is the one that makes treasures. Crashing Tide is the tempo card for bouncing a creature, drawing a card. Bombard is really good removal, premium removal in this set. Death Spitter we've already got a couple of copies of, and Corsair. It'll be interesting to see what folks think on this one. I think it's pretty close between 2, but we'll see what you guys think. Give it a few more seconds, see what folks think. At the moment it's looking at Bombard. For me, I think it's between Siren Reaver, Protein Raider and Bombard. I think Protein Raider is the weakest, so it's between Siren Reaver and Bombard. Siren Reaver is just such a good rate, but we do already have a Spirewinder, and Spirewinder's probably going to be better in what we're trying to do with this. And Bombard is premium removal. There isn't a whole lot of there is pretty much no removal in blue. Bombard is the removal spell in red. So definitely going to be going with Bombard. Obviously we would have liked to pick up the Siren Reaver or Protein Raider. We would definitely play them. But given the way that our first pack has gone, we don't really have any removal, so need to prioritize picking that up. Pack 2, we've got a Zakama, which is not one we're going to be picking. Forerunner of the Coalition, Swift Warden, Martyr of Dusk, Sun Sentinel, Sailor of Means, Secrets of the Golden City, Spirewinder Impale, Buccaneer's Bravado, Hardy Veteran, Hunt the Weak, and Strider Harness. I think this one is just between Spirewinder, Sailor, and Secrets. I don't think we want a second Bravado at this point. Can pick up things like Sure Strike, which are similar kind of effects, but gives us a little bit more options with that. I think I'm leaning toward Spirewinder here, just because I like flying. We can pick up Secrets, we can pick up Pirate's Prize in Pack 3, which is a very similar kind of effect. So yeah, I think it's just going to be Spirewinder here. I don't think we need the Sailor of Means to the same extent. As much as Sailor of Means is a good card, we've already got a couple of 3s, and I think we want to be more about flyers. This one is just going to be another Kitesail Corsair. It's just a really good aggressive creature. It's exactly what we want as our 2-drops. Deadeye Brawler is obviously a very good blue-black card. Sailor is obviously good. We've already had a couple of Death Spitters, but it's just going to be a Corsair here. This one, we've got a Rig Hauler and a Spirewinder. and not a whole lot of anything else. So I think the way that our deck is looking, I think that Rig Hauler is probably going to be quite good. I don't think we want the third Spiral Winder yet. I could definitely see picking up other flyers if we find in pack 3, but I think Rig Hauler is going to be quite nice. They're not going to want to block Death Spitter, they're not able to block Corsair, which then means we can play a nice tempo game with Rig Hauler to be able to bounce some stuff. This pack doesn't have anything for us. It doesn't have anything for anyone really, to be fair. Oh, Ferg Blaster, thanks for the follow. How are you doing this morning? Pick up a Stone Quarry just in case we find something white we want to play. This one's not massively exciting either, but again, not really for anyone. Moment of Triumph and Legion Conquistador, fine, but the other ones aren't massively exciting. I'll take a Strider Harness just in case we have to play that, but I'm not massively keen on that. It's about time. It's about time. How are you getting on your grind back up to Mythic? This one, I think I'm fine just picking up another Spiral Winder. It does leave us slightly clunky on 4s, but we're not going to have any 5s, so I really just don't want to play this kind of card, and I'm quite happy playing multiple Spiral Winders. Secrets is quite nice here too. Sailor of Means we have to pick up over the extra Spiral Winder. We just need to be able to fill out our curve a little bit more, and that's quite late anyway. Do we want a Secrets or do we want a Bravado? I think we're going to end up being a slightly bigger controlling deck, so I think I want another Secrets. Not going as hard as you were last season then. Yet. I suppose you only need to make top 1,000 this season, so I'm aiming to get to top 1,000 of limited rather than constructed. I think it's going to be slightly easier to achieve. Right, so after that pack, we've got a pretty good plan that we're probably just going to be some kind of big blue-red control deck with a couple of early flyers and then a couple of late flyers. So just really want to fill out the curve. I've only got really one removal spell, so some more removal would be good. This is kind of a removal spell, but not really. And we've got a couple of options for being able to splash stuff if we find anything. This pack has a Lightning Strike, which is great removal. Just going to pick that one, not going to waste too much time again. Charter Course and Prosperous Pirates would be decent picks, but Lightning Strike is just exactly what we're looking for in terms of removal. So, wow, this pack's awkward. Bishop of Rebirth is an excellent rare. Vampire card, Duskborn Sky Marcher, Thundering Spineback, Encampment Keeper, Paladin of the Bloodstained, Ritual Rejuvenation, Skyblade the Legion, Storm Sculptor, Fathomfleet Cutthroat, Thrash, New Horizons, Daggertooth, and Wayfinder. I don't think we're going to play any of these cards in our deck. If we can avoid it, I think the Thrash is going to be better than Storm Sculptor if we do have to play either, so we'll pick that one up. We get another Sailor of Means here. Sailor of Means is good. It's going to help us be able to hit our curve. Need to be able to get our Spiral Winders on Ascend as well as soon as possible, so Sailor of Means is going to be pretty good. Marauding Looter is excellent. We've got a couple of Secrets of the Golden City already, so we don't need a Pirate's Prize. This is going to just help us churn through our awkward draws. We'll pick a one with the Wind. I don't know if we'll necessarily play it, but it's a very good card. And we're just going to pick cards to fill out the rest for this. Fathomfleet Wireband's a nice early creature. And we can sort out the rest of these cards in deck building. Okay. Let's flip this over. Let's cut all those cards that we've just picked there. So we've got the Corsairs, which are good. We've got Firebrand. We've got Lightning Strike, Form of the Dinosaur. Crown I'm not massively keen on. I do like one with the Wind. It's going to be good on our Death Spitters. I don't mind a Strider Harness. I don't mind a Strider Harness, just being able to make a creature slightly bigger and be able to push in damage. Curve slightly clunky at 4. Probably needs to be a non-creature we cut. Kind of like the card advantage we've got going on. Maybe it's just this freebooter. It's the worst of our 4 drops anyway, and that's where our curves kind of clunky. I just feel like we need Spire Winders as win conditions. Like we're kind of light on win conditions, and we're just going to need to be able to kill them with these. We don't really have a whole lot in the way of ways to kill the opponent, so I feel like we need to do that. Could definitely see having Freebooter in over a Spire Winder just to be able to help our mana, but I honestly think that we just need to be able to fly over the top and actually get them dead. Especially with Strider Harness as well. Like playing that kind of card is just going to make all of our creatures slightly better. It's no Cutlass, but it's pretty reasonable. Form of the Dino is a very, very good card. I absolutely adore it. Right. Let's... quick tweet. And let's play some games. Obviously slightly high on the curve this hand, but I think it's fine. We'll get to secrets to draw a couple of cards, and then we've got Spirewinder and Deadeye Recaller. Certainly don't want the mulligan hand where we've got lands and spells. Okay, gonna take a little bit of damage off this Firebrand, but that's fine. Lightning Strike's a good pickup. Seeker Squire, sure. Okay, so they're 3 color. That's interesting. Hopefully they have an island, they keep it on top, and then we can Lightning Strike it next turn after they cast it. That would be ideal. I'm just going to hold up the... Am I going to hold up Lightning Strike? No, that's not true. I'm going to play the Firebrand. I can kill this next turn. It gives us a creature to be able to raid this Rig Hauler out later on as well. Oh, why we didn't have the land for the Reaver. That was a greedy keep. That's a massively greedy keep. I'm not going to block this just because I want to get the Deadeye Rig Hauler out next turn. So I'm going to keep this so I can raid it out. Okay, so we're just going to kill that thing. So we can raid this out. We'll bounce the Dinosaur Hunter. And just lets us start pushing in. Let's jam. And seeing as they're already behind on a bit of tempo, with missing their lands, this is gonna make that even worse. And we don't know how many cards they've actually got in their hand that are blue either, because obviously they're playing some blue cards, so it's just a matter of how many they're playing now. Does seem weird that we're playing cards like Desperate Castaway and Fanatical Firebrand and Siren Reaver. Oh, okay, they've got their blue online now then. But not this turn. I'll accept this trade. Our life total's a little low. Just gonna play out this Firewinder. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting Admiral Beckett. That's the only real reason to be in all three colours. Yeah, we'll see what they've got. So we're at 7 permanents. Pillage plus a land drop after the pillage would make us ascend. Let's see what they've got. Just casting the Reaver. So yeah, getting to ascending next turn is quite important, so this thing doesn't just trade and it's bigger. Means they have to trade the Firebrand and the Reaver for it. Let's draw a couple cards. One with the Wind's a reasonable pickup too. Also means this is now drawing 3 as well. We just get to sit and hang tight here. Bravado is going to be nice as well. Lets us potentially blow them out in combat, either with just first strike on this Spirewinder or double strike on this Firebrand. You've got a lifelinker, sure. I actually forgot this card was in the set, so hadn't seen it in any of the drafts we've done so far. There's so many cards in this that you do just forget about them sometimes. Alright, we're going to start by drawing 3. Wow. That was awkward. Right, so we've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if we won with the Wind this, that makes it 4. So 5, which is then 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So we can kill them next turn with the Firebrand if we put the one with the Wind on here and they don't block. Yeah, that's true. Like, you've the way that they've gone with moving it to just single sets. It's kind of sad in a way. Always love just being able to pick up, so certainly in paper, being able to pick up cards steadily throughout a couple of sets. But now that's not the case, and it's quite difficult to pick up cards. So end up having to buy slightly more singles for being able to play constructed properly. But if we're actually just playing drafts, I think it works out better. I think the quality is better. So I don't think they're going to think that this is lethal. So I don't think they're going to block it. Oh, they can do shenanigans with this Needletooth Raptor. That's annoying, actually. Let's just draw more cards. I'm assuming they're just going to shoot it. Needletooth Raptor is obnoxious. Yep. Play out the pirates. He's got a reasonable ground blocker. Need to be really careful of this raptor now. That was like one of the better draws they could have, especially with this firebrand in play. Turned that firebrand into a proper murder, and they would have just died to this with the bravado. So water trap weaver, that's really rude. This game feels like it's slipping away now. Like we've drawn a lot of cards and we've not really drawn any of our good cards. Feel like we're gonna need Form of the Dinosaur, I think, to push through. Not got another flyer at the moment, so these are going to be good for another 5 at this rate. At least we do get to vomit our hand out. But yeah, as I say, these are going to be lethal, so do need to draw something else next turn. Need another flyer. That was a massively unfortunate Needletooth Raptor that came down. Sailor of Memes, sure. Yep. So we need a flyer right now. Nope, didn't get there. their deck of just stuff and things kind of got there. That's a bit annoying. Right, let's go again. I think our deck is good. I think that was just the matter of a well-timed Needletooth Raptor. They just didn't draw a whole lot of lands either. We drew a lot of lands. I know we drew 6 additional cards, but was still a lot. So on the play, yeesh, this one's awkward. I'm gonna keep it. It needs 1 land to be able to kind of do anything, but certainly think it's worth keeping. His hand's powerful, it just needs lands. Okay, they're not doing anything, which works great for us, and yeah, we've now got enough time to deploy our stuff. Yeah, sure, that doesn't really achieve anything. Spirewinder out, and then we can play Pirates next turn. We can potentially play an early Form of the Dinosaur here and just make sure that we mop up everything they play. Make it really difficult for them to do anything, so we're not going to block at all because we'll gain life from this. Uh, 5/6, so Prosperous Pirates doesn't turn it on, so we'll just hit for 2. They missed a land drop. So play out the Pirates. Treasures means that land next turn makes us ascend. Yeah, sure. Take my 3. So I'm gonna pillage. Just being able to get rid of a land, get through some more cards, smash them. Like, we're so high up on mana now as well that we can just keep casting whatever we draw. Got secrets as well, draw some more. Yeah, sure, we don't really care about our creatures. Hit me. What else have we got? A Raptor Companion, that's not very good. Right, Secrets of the Golden City, let's draw 3. Let's play out a Sailor of Means. It blocks the companion fine. Makes their attacks really awkward. Don't think I'm quite... I guess I am. Let's just make this sack 3 treasures. Don't need the treasures for anything, so I'm as well just playing stuff out, ramping into stuff. Try and punish them while they're still behind on mana. You know, even if they do hit us, we just get to gain life with the form of the dinosaur anyway, so... Thanks very much, everyone, for hanging out on this fine Sunday, wherever in the world you are. Hope you're enjoying watching as we play these Rivals ranked drafts. For some reason, the ranked drafts are always random, and it isn't the most recent set. So, is it time to form? I think it's time to form. Whack you for 4. We're halfway through our deck, drawn 8 lands, so we're on parity with that. 9 lands we threw on away, so we're above parity. So we should be good to draw a better rate of spells in the second half of our deck anyway. They're going to need some really good cards, otherwise this form's just going to completely take over the game. Okay, they're done. They saw the writing on the wall there. Back up to gold 2. Oh, and it's past 9 o'clock now, so we get points for winning these things. Wonderful. On the play, Corsair is really good. Red Source makes his hand insane, so gonna keep it. 1 red source makes it good, and 2 makes it great with the Marauding Looter. So, okay, so any land means that we can get the Sailor down, then we can start looting with the Marauder. Merfolk Mistbinder. I kind of get it from a skill perspective, you ranking people's draftability, which isn't necessarily based upon the set. Yeah, you're kind of ranking over just people's ability to draft, not ability to draft a specific set. But yeah, I don't know if they necessarily stick to this. I think there's certainly going to be more interesting people playing the latest set with that. So, Wild Growth Walker, sure. People are always going to be more interested in playing the most recent set than some of the older ones, so I think they'll learn from these kind of experiences and change things up, as they've done with the constructed ladder. Perfect. Just get to churn through some of our cards, make sure we're hitting our land drops. Get to land out some Spirewinders in the next couple of turns as well. Need some big old merfolk now. Okay, this is kind of annoying. It's not good, just annoying. Like, this is supposed to be a constructed thing. Stop it, opponent. Okay, in the air with the Corsair again. Corsair doesn't do blocking. Spirewinder. And then we're going to rummage through this island. New Brew, what do you mean by points? Pirate's Pillage is going to let us ascend, which grows the Spirewinder. This Wayfinder can push in for some damage, but I'm not too concerned about that at the moment. Vomit. The ladder reset, the weekly ladder reset, so earning coins again. Oh, this is going to be gross. Every creature they play is going to let them explore, which is then going to gain them life. So that needs to end pretty quickly. Let's try and dig to an answer. I'm going to attack with the Marauding Looter as well here. If they block with the Wayfinder, I'm going to try and Lightning Strike the Mistbinder. Doesn't matter, they're just going to take it, sure. Oh, that was nearly lethal. That's going to be lethal next turn. That works for us. Was it lethal? Wasn't quite lethal. Right, we'll loot away. Don't need that one. But yeah, this on this is going to be, what, 6, 9, 12 damage? 12 damage, they're only going to gain potentially, what, 4 life? They're going to have to start blocking this looter. Don't know why they didn't try and make that trade there. That seemed really aggressive to not make that trade. I miscounted as well. I thought it was going to be a 2-2 because it already got the counter on it, but... No attacks, no blocks. Sure. Yeah, let's just attack with everything. Oh, the Explorer with the Windstrider, that's gross. Oh, that's really gross. Yikes. So it'd be 3, 6, 7. No, they'd go to 1. Oh, they would go to 1. Right, I need to use this Bravado just to get rid of this bloody Wildgrowth Walker. And just shoot them for 3. I'm not winning if I don't get rid of those. The question is, do I want to kill the Windstrider or not? I guess I probably do. Yeah, this is a ridiculous deck. Like, this is exactly how you need your deck to come together, but like the point that I've made in a couple of the other drafts is that you need your Ixalan cards to make this kind of deck work. I'm just gonna loot here. Need to be able to find our answers to this. So like, if you look at the cards they've got from Ixalan, they've got their Wildgrowth Walker, which is the card that's kept them in this game. Windstrider, and Tishana's Wayfinder. So that's all come in their Ixalan packs. So the only cards that they've had before that are Path of Discovery, Merfolk Mistbinder, so far that we've seen. And they've got Deep Root Waters from that pack as well. So at that point, they've picked up so many cards from that set. Okay, sure. That's large. Just attacking with these. I just want to make sure I can get my raid because we need to we need to find something. Yeah, here's us playing our nice fair draft deck, and yeah, they're basically playing constructed at this point. And yeah, the multiple opportunities there where they would have gone to 1 life. Maybe, I guess, there was potentially the point where we could have used the Marauding Looter and double striked it that turn to then deal an extra 6 damage, which then meant that I had an opportunity to push through in the air the following turn, which I don't think I actually took time to consider properly. So there's maybe that turn that I had an opportunity to push through some extra damage, which is maybe where this went away. Like, the fact that they've got a constructed level deck and we're still in this game kind of says a lot about the power level of our deck. I think we've just been a bit unlucky with the draws. I'm just going to let this get eaten. I need to keep looting. Get to play a Spirewinder out. Just need to churn through our deck until we find, I guess, form of the dinosaur is the card we're looking for. Try and get these creatures out of the way and push through the last points of damage. Ugh, gross. Wow. Wow. How many lands have we been through? We've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 7 lands in 17 cards. Oh, this is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. Yeesh. And they're going to get to flash in the Windstrider. That's going to be huge. Oh, that's very late to the party, isn't it? Just need to throw away this Corsair, I think. Like, there's no point attacking with these Windstriders because it just gets eaten by... Attacking with Spirewinders because it just gets eaten by their Windstrider and their other stuff, so... This is going to be a 5-5. Like, we're not making progress by doing this, but I think that we need to get the game to the point where we're doing this. Ugh, this is vomit inducing, it really is. Yikes, more land. My chat box seems to have gone in the wrong place. Oops. Yeah, I think we're pretty dead here. Just need to hope that they... Oh my god. Hope that they overextend a little bit. And attack with some number of their flyers before it's entirely lethal. And that way we can suit up the Marauding Looter and attack. But we're pretty dead. Like, this draw's been pretty ridiculous. Try to think what's actually in the deck that can get us out of this. Let's have a quick look. Bombard. Does Bombard do anything? That would have been great dozens of turns ago. Right, so... No, it doesn't really achieve anything. what we can do is we can, again, we're going to try and play to the point where they attack with everything, and don't make a lethal attack after we kill this Mistbinder. Make some decent blocks, and then hopefully kill them on the crackback with one with the wind on the looter. That's the out I'm playing to. Obviously, it's not amazing, but only so much we can do in this situation. A Colossal Dreadmaw as well. Jeez. Be interesting to see if they attack this turn. We just need to get them to flunge. Go on, attack me. Oofed. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh, come on. Hit me. Alright, this guy's slightly bigger. I'm going to play a Dreadmaw next turn. Like, we only need the looter to live. If the looter lives and they attack with other flyers, we win. So we can make blocks with Spirewinders. Yeah, if there were more than 5 people watching, Stuart, I would have said that, yeah, Stream Sniped was definitely an option, but... Right, okay, let's kill the Lord. Kill the Lord to step 1. Right, so then we're taking 12, 8, 12, 15, 20. Right, so we block here. This needs to block one of these, and this blocks one of these. So that would leave us with 5, 8, 11, 17. Yeah, 17. So at that point we then win. Yeah, explore all you like, buddy. On you get, in the air, looter. Smash you. Yes! They punted that game, yes. Get in. Whew. Whew. We talk, like, just to say that's the point where we talked about the way that we were winning that game, and it was by killing the Lord and like make blocks so we could kill them, and that's the out we played to. So it's always a reason to find the way that you're going to win the game, and then just play to your outs. Like you've always got a chance if you play to your outs. Sometimes figuring out the out is difficult. If they'd waited another turn and played the Dreadmaw, I don't think we could have possibly won. But yeah, that was pretty nuts. That was pretty nuts. Yeah, exactly. It's just that ability to find that. That's why the pros are as good as they are, because they've got that ability to find it all of the time. Like, they will always find it out. And that's what we're always striving to be able to find and get ourselves to. So but that was about as good as I think we could have drawn that one up, for the sake of we were behind for most of the second half of that game, and then we managed to pull out of it. I'm just gonna cast Secrets here, try and draw some lands, get the Spirit Winder next turn, which can block, and then try and ascend for the second Secrets. Ouch. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're gonna be a massive ball of tilt, aren't they? So, but they could have avoided it by waiting a turn. Like, it was like they got bored or something. They could have just waited another turn and they would have been fine. Yeah, could you imagine that constructed level deck just going 1-3? That would be pretty vomit inducing. Alright, what have you got, opponent? You've not done a whole lot other than play a 1-drop, so you must have something going on. Yikes, that is a bomb. That has to die. Please go away quick. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to get aggressive here and attack with both. They're already down to 12. The Strider Harness is going to make this 3-3, which is then going to be 8 damage with the Buccaneer's Bravado. So we've got them dead in 2, if they don't have anything. We're at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 permanents. They've got to have something though, right? Just a ground pounder. Don't care too much about the ground pounders. Ooh. I can actually afford to leave this back now. Because this is 5 damage, and then it's going to be lethal. Like one of these alone is lethal next turn with the Bravado. So hold this back. Hopefully means that they use something on this, and then we just get to kill them. Get him. Let's get him. This card is ridiculous. Just makes all your lands just creatures. It's ridiculous. Okay, yep, that's fine. That's kind of what we're hoping for. Now they need to kill both of these, so they need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they need one more permanent, and that flies. Oh, yikes. So they're going to go to 12. Ugh. Eesh. I think I'm just supposed to keep attacking with these things. I'm going to make a trade for one of them. Right, we're just making this trade. They go up to 13. Just need the lifelink off the table. And then we get to start hitting with the Corsair again as a 3-2. Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw's rude. Right, give me some gas. That's not really the gas I was looking for. Hit me for 6. You got more? Might have to use this. Ugh. I think that's too late to actually make an impact. But this card is ridiculous as well. Give me a flyer. Or just a land, you know. Already binned one as well, right? Yikes, a lot of land. Right, so they can't they can't make a 4/4 this turn, so I can attack with the Corsair, which then puts him on a 2-turn clock with that one. Put the Strider Harness on the Sailor of Mean, so I only take 1 point of trample through the Dreadmaw. Which then means I take 1 here, and go to 1, and then I can kill them with the Corsair. So that means they need to draw something. Because this Golden Guardian doesn't impact the math at all. It only fights their own creatures. So it'll fight the Colossal Dreadmaw at some point. It might fight the token as well to gain a life. I think that's unlikely. Excuse me. Which then means that it's going to be a 2-mana thing that's going to make things, but it costs them 2 mana to do, so they can't make a token. So, excuse me. Yep, that's fine. Yep. Now you've got all the mana in the world. Are you kidding me? That's disgusting. Of all the cards from the top deck. Cobbled Wings. Yeesh. Oh, that's annoying. Had him dead next turn. I think there was a turn earlier on where I didn't attack with Spirewinder, where I probably should have just attacked with it, which then changes the math for that game entirely. And then they obviously Luminous Bonds it, and then played their Squire's Devotion. If I'd hit them for the 3, then it meant that the Bravado was then lethal that turn. Maybe I was just trying to be slightly too defensive there when it didn't actually matter. Yeah, I guess that's potentially it, but that's maybe just being results orientated there. So we got Lightning Strike, Death Spitter, Secret's Pillage. This hand's pretty good. Cherished Hatchling, sure. Got another land to ditch to the Pillage now. I don't care about this Hatchling at all. I'm going to kill that just because it's slightly larger. Death Spitter. I'm not going to block. I would really like to attack with this so I can raid out the Rig Hauler. I've got a 3/2 of Doom, sure. Let's go to 12. Ugh. Gross. Oh, I was going to block as well. Well, that's really annoying. Get to play out the Firebrand. It's going to get to block and I get to bombard something. Which isn't the end of the world, but yeah, this is an awkward draw from us with the multiple rig haulers. Ooh, interesting. I think I'm just not going to block now because I really need to kind of get these rig haulers down. Get some tempo back. Oofed. I need to kill this raptors, otherwise I'm not getting in as much as it gets my land. Swamp, sure. Just want to get rid of this thing. Take 2. Yeah, is that lethal? That is lethal. That was a mistake. Ugh. Got annoyed. That's annoying. I should have bounced this one. Never mind. Oofed. That's rough on the back of the previous game, but definitely made some mistakes there. Definitely made mistakes in that match. Yeah, Dana's excellent. They've been covering her for about a year in different kinds of GPs and has been excellent. Loves playing elves. It's really good for the game, I think. Right, so let's go with another draft. That one was kind of unfortunate. I think our deck was pretty good. But let's move on to the next one. So, Deck Master is available, so you can click on what you think we should be picking. So do that as you want to. So this one's got lots of good picks. This has a lot of very, very good picks. So Direfleet Daredevil is a reasonable card. 2/1 first strike's never bad, but it's also got the ability to exile an instant or sorcery in an opponent's graveyard, and you can cast it by paying any colours of mana. So it's like a reverse Snapcaster, but in limited, it tends to just take a removal spell and use the removal spell, which is excellent. And in the matchups where you're playing against white and they tend to not have that, it's just a 2/1. 2/1 first strike, which is pretty good rate. Siren Reaver, we've talked about before, is the raiding flyer. That's a 3/2. Forerunner of the Coalition is your pirate tutor. Forerunner of the Empire is your dinosaur tutor. Cleansing Ray is unplayable in this one. Moment of Craving, removal spell, really good one. Dusk Charger, 3/3 with Ascend, gets bigger. We've talked about all these other ones in the previous draft, I think. I think this one's pretty close between Direfleet Daredevil and Siren Reaver for me. Direfleet Daredevil is just excellent. Being able to steal a removal spell and cast it is just great. I really like the Reaver because I have a preference for these kind of blue flyers decks in this format. But the Forerunner, you kind of need Needletooth Raptor first to make this one good, I find. But I'm going to take the Direfleet Daredevil. I think it's the most powerful card. So I'm going to go with that one. Okay, this pack's interesting. So we've got a Curious Obsession, which would go quite well with an aggressive blue-red deck. We've got Deeproot Elite, which is a very good Merfolk payoff card. And then not a whole lot of anything else. There's a Bravado and a Sailor of Means. I think this one is either Curious Obsession or Deeproot Elite. I don't particularly like Merfolk, so I don't like picking these kind of cards. It's a very, very powerful card, but I always find that Merfolk you just never quite get there. And obviously, as I say that, it's going to be entirely open, and that would have been the deck to draft. But I'm going to go with the Curious Obsession. It just allows us to get some card advantage on the go early, especially with our cheap flyers. So hopefully looking for a similar kind of deck to last time. Yeah, so there's one Merfolk in here, and or two Merfolk, we didn't really want to be picking those anyway. We've got Spirewinder, which is a big chunky flyer. Really like this card. great with the Ascend. So you can play it with Sailor of Means, or you can play it as just like a 2/3 flyer that then grows bigger. So we're going to pick that one. No Merfolk here, so glad that we skipped over that one. Secret to the Golden City is a great Ascend payoff card as well. We could still just be an Ascend deck. There's nothing to stop us from being from that. Bravado is the other good card in here, but I think Secrets is always going to be good. Bravado is not necessarily always going to be good. So we'll go with Secrets. This one has Sailor, Deadeye, Red Collar, and Secrets. So this is kind of the point where we need to kind of figure out what we're trying to do. We haven't seen any kind of powerful red cards to make us want to be red for Direfleet Daredevil. So I think we're just going to pick Sailor of Means. It goes really well with the Ascend strategy. We could still play Caduceus Obsession in like a blue-white Flyers deck. So we're going to pick that one. We've got Martyr of Dusk and Legion Conquistador, both of which are very good early cards in the Ascend deck. I think I'm going to pick the Conquistador and see if we can get some more of them. Picking one early, and then, as I've said previously, like picking up your additional ones later are good. Maybe going away from the Starfleet Daredevil, but Conquistador, getting one early then incentivizes us to pick more, and pick them slightly higher. This one doesn't have a whole lot of anything other than the entire of your red-white dinosaur deck. Don't really want a Raptor Companion at any point. I think I'm just going to take a Death Spitter just in case we are still red. It's not an exciting pick, but none of these are particularly exciting, so a Sailor of Means is excellent there. Crashing Tide's actually really good in the Ascend deck just because it replaces itself, draws a card, and gives you a little bit more tempo to try and kind of hit your payoffs. Dust Charger's fine. The other cards aren't amazing. Traveler's Amulet just going to help us hit land drops. Don't really like the Dread Mob. Bravado, we're probably not going to be an aggressive enough deck to want that. So another Conquistador, ideal. I'll pick a Snubborn Sentry in case we're white. I'll pick the Fanatical Firebrand in case we're red, and Naturalize is not going anywhere. So after this pack, we've got the choice of being blue-white or blue-red. We're still quite open to that. 2 Legion Conquistadors is excellent in the Ascend deck, so leaning toward white, but we'll see what we open in case we open something excellent. Tiln Alley Summoner I find is an awkward card. It just makes tokens that tokens don't actually matter, so don't particularly like this card. Stormfleet Sprinter is an excellent card. It's always just 2/2 dealing damage. It goes really well with Curious Obsession. There is also a Legion Conquistador and Squire's Devotion. Squire's Devotion is great, and I'm heavily leaning toward that. I would like to think that we would potentially be able to wield a Legion Conquistador. I'm going to pick the Squire's Devotion. I think it's just the most powerful card. Stormfleet Sprinter pushes us into that color combination. We've already got 2 Conquistadors, which I kind of want to be playing my Conquistadors in the Ascend deck. So leaning toward that. So at that point, I guess we can still splash the Direfleet Daredevil. Don't have to not play it. So we've got Slaughter the Strong, which is reasonable in this kind of deck because we tend to not have a whole lot of power. Most of our creatures have low power and toughness, low power, high toughness, which then be able to kill the opponent's stuff. Famished Paladin goes great with Squire's Devotion. I've got another Squire's Devotion or a Kitesail Corsair. I think at this point we just need, I'm talking about wanting 2-drops. It's an excellent one that then means our Curious Obsession is still good. Snubborn Sentry is a good target for Curious Obsession as well. But I think that's better than the second Squire's Devotion. Like, we don't have a whole lot of good targets for it. Like, I would highly pick the first Squire's Devotion. The second one isn't as good. And Kitesail Corsair is exactly the kind of creature we want to be suiting up with a Squire's Devotion early. So this one has a Luminous Bonds and Water Knot. I think I'm going to pick the Luminous Bonds purely based on the fact that it's the mana is probably going to be slightly easier to cast. Just to make sure that we can cast it on time. Hornswoggle is an Essence Scatter that makes a treasure, which is quite a good card. So yeah, we'll pick that one. Another Corsair. and a Sailor of Means. I think it's just another Corsair. Another Squire's Devotion as well. We've already got a couple of Sailors. Really need to kind of figure out... need a little bit more power. So really want to be able to get these guys in and get them aggressive as early as we can. And not a Water Knot as well now. So Water Knot's another good removal spell. It's very similar to Luminous Bonds. So we're going to pick that one. This deck's looking fine. Need a little bit more power, I think, but Slippery Scoundrel is great. So this is your Ascend payoff that just gives it hexproof and can't be blocked. So as soon as you Ascend with this, it just means that you've got a clock. You're just going to be able to kill them in a certain number of turns from there, which is great. And it's also another great thing to put the Curious Obsession on. So I think I'm actually in for the Sun-Crested Pterodon over the Hornswoggle here, because we don't have a whole lot of top end. So this one's going to be quite good to be able to put up top. We've got Secrets of the Golden City, number 2, another Ascend payoff card. Moment of Triumph we might play. We're not going to play any of these. Guess we might play Divine Verdict, but it's unlikely. Another Pterodon's quite good for us. Soul of the Rapids is fine. So yeah, we're looking okay with this. Definitely got a plan. Definitely a plan of just flyers and try and win the game that way. We've already got 23 cards that are potentially playable cards, so just need to kind of improve on our cards in this pack. So we've got access to Settle the Wreckage or Pirate's Cutlass or Windstrider here, which are 3 very, very good cards. Pirate's Cutlass makes all of our crappy creatures better, which is great. Settle the Wreckage is just a blowout a lot of the time. Certainly in a deck where we're just kind of pushing in the air, they're going to have to push us really hard on the ground, where we just get to blow them out and do that. This card's pretty ridiculous, so we're going to go with Settle the Wreckage. Pirate's Cutlass and Windstrider are both very, very good cards. They're upgrades over what we've currently got, but yeah, Settle the Wreckage is great. Rowdy Crew. So we've got an Imperial Aerosaur, which is a very, very good flyer. Got Side and Lookout, which is a good middle ground flyer, helps you hit your land drops. Another Sailor. We've got Pterodon Knight as well. I think it's Imperial Aerosaur. It just makes any of your stuff flying and lets you push in for more damage. It's also a 3/3 flyer for it by itself, so just goes on plan with what we're trying to do. Glacial Fortress, which I don't think we'll need. Our mana's not going to be too pushed here. Steadfast Armosaur is a very difficult to deal with card at times. But this pack's not amazing for us. Queens in Commission isn't really what we're trying to do. Armosaur is just kind of worse than the other 4-drops we've got. Encampment Keeper is expensive for the ability that it's got, and we're not really a go-wide deck, so don't really need that ability. Shorekeeper is probably a better version of Encampment Keeper in our deck. It just blocks, and then we're going to be able to get some cards out of it later on. Or Vampire Zeal, which is another trick, but we've got Moment of Triumph, which is probably better in this deck. We don't have too many vampires to make the most of the addition of First Strike, whereas gaining 2 life is probably going to be more relevant more of the time. I think I'm leaning on Shorekeeper here, but let's figure out what we're doing. It might just be the land, and just make sure that our mana's fine. Already at 23 cards. I want to be playing I think I want to be playing all of these anyway. Yeah, let's just pick the land. Just make our mana, make sure our mana's absolutely fine. There's no problems with it at all, which is good. Depth of Desire is nice little bounce spell, nice tempo card. We've already got a Crashing Tide, which is probably a better equivalent of it. With what we're trying to do, we'd probably rather have cards than a treasure. But we're going to pick that one anyway, just in case we end up wanting it when we lay out our deck. Windstrider is great. It's better than the 2/5 that can have Vigilance. Just being able to potentially surprise them with it is good. We've already got 2 secrets, so we don't need a Pirate's Prize. But that's an upgrade over one of these, just want more power. Shining Aerosaur is great. 3/4 flyer is huge. So that's a better one than the Pterodon. Don't really want to play any of these cards, I don't think. Just put an opt in the board. Another Depth of Desire we're not going to play. Marauding Looter came back. Interesting. Do we want to... Guess we can pick this and decide what we're doing, if we're actually splashing the red or not. I'll pick a Pterodon Knight just in case we have enough dinosaurs. I don't think we do, but... It's definitely not a favourable wins deck. Just don't quite have enough. Shorekeeper's fine. Take that one. Take that one. Sure, let's lay out this deck and see where we're at. Oh, I've already got 4 of that rare. Awesome. Free gems. Right, so let's see what we're at. We're 13 creatures, 10 non-creatures. Which is probably pretty fine. Got lots of flyers. Lots and lots of flyers, which are good. Definitely don't need that many mountains. If we're playing this, we're going to play 1 mountain just to be able to play it off of treasures. We've got Sailor of Means as treasures as well, and we've got a Traveller's Amulet that will let us find that. So an extra one of those, an extra one of those. Let's move all the non-creatures over here just so we can actually see our proper curve. Curious Possession is probably a little awkward in this deck now, but I think it's still worth playing because even if you get 1 card off of it, it's still pretty good. Right, so the question is it worth? Am I better off just playing another creature to avoid playing red and being slightly awkward with our mana? I think the upside of this, just being able to be a removal spell when we've only got 2. We've got Water Knot and Luminous Bonds is straight removal, and Settle as a pseudo Wrath. I think we just want to keep that in there. Do we want to play the Marauding Looter as well then? No, probably not. Right. Let's get on to some games. Thanks everyone for hanging out this wonderful Sunday morning. Certainly Sunday morning where I am. Hope it's lovely wherever you are. This sounds pretty good. Sailor of Means to ramp into Windstride and then put a Squire's Devotion on it and smash. That seems good to me. Okay, they've got a Corsair, which is fine. Looks like a blue-white mitter. Ugh, gross. Right, we're just going to Water Knot that next turn. Make sure that they just don't draw any more cards. I really just don't want them drawing cards. Especially after they've missed a land drop. Just you stay down there. So we got them 1 card, which is fine, but don't want them getting any more than 1 card off of that. Wouldn't be good for us. Am I supposed to play out the Kitesail Corsair here? We have 4, 5, 6. I think I'm supposed to hold it. Paladin of the Bloodstained, sure. Conquistador is a good draw. It's going to help us thin our deck a little bit, find the other one. Okay, they're going to make that 4-3 so it can push in. So we're at 7 permanents. Flash and a Windstrider. Suit this one up. Play out the Conquistador so I can go find its friend. And then we're going to draw 3 cards off the secrets next turn. And they're going to need an answer for this Windstrider because otherwise it's going to be very, very swingy. I should make this... Should make that same block on the Paladin. No. I should block the Sanguine Glorifier. So they have to kill the Conquistador or they have to have a trick. Interesting that you didn't kill the Conquistador. Bouncing the Windstrider, sure. That felt like an oops kind of moment. Okay, drawing 3 lands there is not amazing. But we found the mountain, so don't feel like we need to hold this treasure anymore. Even if we just get an opt out of them, that would be fine. Get to flash in this Windstrider again next turn. Yeah, that's what I thought. Daring Saboteur. And you got a 3-3, sure. I don't know why I cast that main phase there. Never mind. Doesn't matter too much. This board's kind of clogged up quite nicely. But we've got the flyers, they don't, so they have to pay to make this thing unblockable anyway, so they might just need to do this just to be able to find lands so they can start casting their other spells, but get to play the Aerosaur next turn, which will make one of these Conquistadors fly, smash for 8, and then we've got 8 power of flying again there, so okay, that's going to find something that's not going to be relevant. Yep, that's fine. Means they're not drawing a land again. So we should be pretty good here. Alright, Aerosaur. Make a Conquistador fly. Smash in the air for 8. Play out a Sailor. And pass. Feel like this is an attack with all to try and make me make a mistake. That's a really strange attack. Right, so we'll block the Raptor Companion. We'll double block there, and we'll block here. Feel like this is just the Pride of Conquerors, but if they had that, they should have definitely attacked with the token as well. Okay, sure. What are we bouncing? Have to bounce one of my flyers if that's what we've got. Another Rig Hauler. Nope, got nothing. Sure. That works for me. Onwards again. Again, thanks everyone for hanging out on this wonderful Sunday morning. Hope you're all wonderful. This sounds pretty good, so Snubs is going to hold up the ground. Then we get to play Corsair into Slippery Scoundrel. Raptor Companion's kind of awkward, but that's fine. Could do with drawing some spells, but... no, I haven't, but I'm not that bothered about it, to be honest. Sky Marcher. Makes the Sky Marcher fly. I'm not going to block this one, but then we're going to Luminous Bonds the Sky Marcher. Yikes, that's a lot of land. Yeah, really need a... really need something. Like, our draw's been pretty medium here. We've just drawn lands from our opening hand, so... Yikes. We'd not be in anywhere near this much trouble if we'd drawn a Sailor of Memes. There we go. Cool, so... This is actually relevant because it makes the Snubhorn a 3/3 and it makes the Scoundrel hexproof. And it can block something reasonably itself, so... I have to make some blocks this turn, but that's fine. Not infinite. It is finite, but like for the sake of 250, it's not a massive massive difference. So let's block here, here, and here. Taking 3. Yep. So I go to 2, and they lose their creatures. What else have you got? A 1/7. 1/7 doesn't do anything, so that's fine. Bounce this thing. Draw me a card. Most importantly, draw me a card. Ugh, more lands. Yikes. This doesn't need to block this turn, so may as well hit. Conquistador, how many of them do you have? This could be a problem. Because each Conquistador is lethal, so... just one. Okay. So, need to find something still. Otherwise, this Scoundrel's gonna have to get involved in some unfavourable blocks. Water Knot. It's Water Knot the 3/3. Gonna keep playing out our land because I know we've got Secrets of the Golden City. So we want to make sure that if we draw that, we can cast our spells we draw off it, because there aren't going to be any lands left in our deck by the time we get there. So. You got any more? No. Oofed. Oofed. That's large. Really need Secrets of the Golden City. Well, we drew 10 lands out of 17 cards, including having drawn additional cards, so not much we could do about that one, I'm afraid. Okay, let's try and get ourselves out of gold. Let's go on a winning streak. Let's just win some games. Need another 7 wins deck. Don't think this is it, but I definitely need to get another one on the go. This one's pretty good. We've got Settle the Wreckage now as well, with Conquistador and Windstrider, so yeah, this one's fine. Nice little interaction between Settle and Windstrider as well that we can try and abuse. And we found a mountain, so we can cast this Direfleet Daredevil too. Winning games is the best strategy. It really is. Can you guys just give some feedback? Can you actually read the chat that comes on screen? It kind of looks a bit difficult for me to read in my view, but I'm obviously not trying to read it. So now that I've turned the chat on the screen. Vampire Revenant, sure. Let's just go find another Conquistador. Take that one. Happy to take a couple of turns of taking a little bit of damage. Okay, cool. As long as it's readable, that's the only thing I really care about. Let's get the Aerosaur down. Good blocker for these Revenants. If they got like a contract killing or something, that's kind of awkward, but Water Trap Weaver, that's slightly awkward, but at least it's not a kill spell. If it was a kill spell, I'd be in much worse shape, so. Forerunner of the Coalition, right. What's the best pirate you've got in your deck? Deadeye Brawler, sure, that's a good one. Oofed. I think I'm just gonna have to hold up the Settle Wreckage here. Let's try and offer a trade. Sure. Just trying to do this to see if I can catch some more creatures. So like if they were to, this potentially stops them from wanting to attack as much. But this might incentivize them attacking with everything. Like this. Hook, line, and sinker. Look at that. Come on, Lord Seb. Finalize your attacks. Go on. I'll take my 4 for 1. Yes, you can get some lands out your deck, but really need rid of your stuff. Oh, I'll get them all, sure. Whee! Bye, friends. Bye-bye. Hello. We have a Deadeye Brawler, and it's now going to ascend, but we can play a reasonable game around that one. Would have been nice to catch that one as well, but only got a Mausoleum Harpy, sure. Less bothered about that one, I think. Let's find another blue source so we can at least cast this Water Knot next turn. I'm just going to bounce this thing. Good to see so many of you this time on a Sunday morning. Hope you're all well. Okay, they're drawing 3 rather than playing the Deadeye Brawler. That works out well for me. Also means that we can cast their secrets as well. That would be amazing. Let's do that. Question. Do love questions. That one. Draw me cards. I'm assuming they are, because I don't know why you would play that after that's been done. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't realize people are still doing that. Who's still playing Unmoored Ego in Best of 1? Wow. Oh yikes! We're just gonna draw all the cards here. Maybe it's for Baffling End. We've got Water Knot and Luminous Bonds to deal with the Harpy and the Brawler here, which should be reasonable. Daredevil's got this Skittering Heartstopper in check as well. Okay, we're still not playing out that Brawler. Scared of something. That one can stay tapped. And then play a Sailor out. I don't think I need to attack. I just need to make sure my life total's high. Still got a Luminous Bonds to deal with a creature. We've got our own secrets we can cast next turn. Soul of the Rapids. That's annoying. We do have the Wind Strider to be able to block it, but we'd really rather have our Aerosaur unlocked so we could actually block it, but hey ho. And probably worst card in their deck. Bye. Goodbye. Have fun. Right. Secrets. Draw 3 cards. Let's see if we can find anything else. Found a Snubborn. Snubborn as a 3/3 is pretty good. They must have something, because they've not played this Brawler out. Got a counterspell? Hornswoggle or something? No? Kill spell? Kill spell, sure. Take my 3. Not drawn my Squire's Devotion yet, have I? No, so that's an option. Now they're playing the Deadeye Brawler out. slippery boy. Need to start pushing in damage, otherwise we're not going to make any progress here. That's an interesting trade, because that eats the Snubborn Sentry. We got a trick. Get some other kill spell, no. Yep, things that don't matter. Play the Scoundrel. Play the Conquistador. So we really, really, really need to draw our copy of Squire's Devotion. Secret of the Golden City would also be excellent to help us draw some cards, or Aerosaur, Spirewinder, just to be able to help us block this thing. So yeah, we're working to what, four outs? 4 outs is pretty reasonable. Sure. Don't have a counter spell. Don't have a kill spell. Just don't have anything. I think I'm just attacking with these. So I have to double block this. I have to block here. So I need to block here with this, need to double block this, need to block here and block here. So yeah, I can only attack with those. Sure, I'll eat your menace creature. That's really awkward for me to not die. That's fine. Cool, just don't have an answer at my Spirewinder. That'd be amazing. They've got a Skullduggery or something, haven't they? Just Moment of Craving. Sure. And a Siren Lookout. Please draw land. Beautiful. Alright, give me an out. Nope. Oh well, lost that one. Yeah, they just kind of, as much as we drew a lot of cards, they just drew more, so quite difficult to push through in that kind of game. Alright, let's go again. I don't think this deck is a 1-3 deck, so love this hand. Scoundrel, Squire's Devotion is exactly where I want to be. Spirewinder and Strider to be able to top it off. Gaia Thanos. Sure. That's a strange username. Xali's Diviner Explorer, sure. Okay, so they've got lands going on. We're at 4, 5, 6. Land would be 7, 8, and then this would be 9, 10. So we should be able to ascend on turn 6, assuming we hit one more land. Assuming they don't kill anything, but... Okay. You got it. Games are certainly the worst part of draft. I love drafting. Drafting is such good fun. No blocks. Like, all you can have is bad things for me, so I'm not blocking. Bishop of Binding. That's a rude one. Bloody opponents and their interaction. No attacks here. We'll hopefully flash in the Windstrider and eat something. Who's getting pumped? Imagine it'll just be itself. You can flash in a Windstrider and kill this Ixali's Diviner. As much as I want my Windstrider, my Spirewinder back, they must have a trick of some sort. So it's least likely to be one that's gonna make this bad. Imagine it's gonna be a +2/+2 or a -2/-2, which doesn't mean they're Diviner does anything. It's a Divine Verdict, sure. So we're at 5/9, so really need another permanent. And I really want them to not kill this. That's maybe asking too much. Block that one. Don't understand. Sure. Sure. Just gonna hold on to this. I really want to make sure that I can get this this ascended so it doesn't die. Got the moment of triumph as well to help us in combat this turn. That's fine. I'll just take that. Not having any actual hard removal is quite awkward with this bishop. I'd really like my Spirewinder back. Sure. Sure. Cool, so land, makes me ascend, makes me draw 3 cards. Lets me play a Conquistador. Which finds a friend. And we're just going to attack with our unblockable hexproof lifelinker. Good luck with dealing with this one. Okay, we're making some blocks here. The token can block the Raptor Companion. Conquistador can either get in the way of the Bishop or get in the way of the Wayfinder Cutthroat. We'll see how they attack. on, attack with the bishop. I'd like to eat your guy, please. Right, opponent, what you got going on? Just an Armasaur. It's not the end of the world. Alright, let's draw some more cards, because I hear drawing cards is good. Let's attack with our 3-power lifelinker. Play a big flyer. And pass. I think they're going to be pretty difficult to come back into this one. Like, obviously they're not going to be able to interact with this unless they can somehow kill the Squire's Devotion. So I think they're going to be in a bit of trouble to be able to deal with this here, but yeah, sure, I'll take 4. Yeah, sure, I'll take 7. It doesn't actually matter. So this one can stay tapped. Smack you. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. A couple of new followers, so we're at 4 away from the goal of getting to affiliate. So we'd really appreciate if you're watching along and you haven't already followed. I'd greatly appreciate it if you did, or if you've got any other accounts, you know, family, friends, would greatly appreciate it. I'm assuming there's a moment of craving here, but then they still die to these, so yeah, that's fine. Oh, but I was going to play another flyer. Opponent. For Mythic Invite? What do you mean by Mythic Invite? You mean an invite to the Mythic Invitational, or Nick and Chuggets? Thanks for the follow, Moar. Moar. I'm sorry if I butcher that. I mean, that sounds like a reasonable trade. If I had that to be able to give, then yeah, that would be a consideration, but cool. So they've not done anything yet, so we get to smack with his Corsair. I'm going to play out the Conquistador just so we can find its friend. And they're still not doing anything. Smack you. 7th permanent, and we've still got Moment of Triumph up. Sure, you can counter my Legion Conquistador all you like. Like a pirate cow. Muar. Got it. Got it. That is the perfect explanation of how to pronounce your username. Love it. Absolutely love it. Right, in for another 4. Sure, you can kill my Corsair. You take 2 and I'll play a Scoundrel. Streamlabs will catch up in a minute and it'll show me the notification on that. Bounce your thing. Smack you again. Ooh. That ascends? Ascends, so we win, basically. Sweet. Yep, you got it. Draw 3 cards. Look at us playing our rare out. Our rare is so powerful. Okay, they're done. Cool. So they cast 3 spells that game and fell over. So that worked out quite nicely for us. Ooh, we got a card. What have we got? An Everdon Champion. Sure. Right, seeing as Stuart complained about it earlier, let's re-roll this. Well, at least we're going to get that through this draft. Right, let's crack a pack, you know? See what we get. See what we get. Hackerbat. Ravager Worm. Oh, I love Ravager Worm. Good card to get. Cool, let's... no, not that one, this one. Yeah, build your own Invisible Stalker. What are they going to do? Lifelinking Invisible Stalker. I've just built my own Boggle. It's the slipperiest of boys. Slipperiest. This one's more awkward. I think it's still a keep. Crashing Tide's going to buy us time. Breaching Hippocamp. Windstrider's obviously going to be able to flash in and do something there as well, so... Nest Robber. Haste. Haste. Haste must be cheating. Okay, the mountain for the Direfleet Daredevil's nice. I'm just going to throw away this Crashing Tide just to try and cycle into something relevant. Sailor of Means is perfect. Well, Stuart, just in general, like when you're playing best of one, you're playing. Oh, there's Orange Scissors. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, when you're playing best of one, your chances of winning when you mulligan go down significantly more. Having more cards is better in the long run, so it's just trying to make sure that we have enough cards to be able to do that. Hidana's Climb is a bomb, so I've got a funny feeling we might struggle with that one, but we will see how we get on. And I've got a Trailblazer as well. Sure. Play out a Conquistador. Hi Tom, how's it going? No tax. Yeah, just kind of need to try and make as many blocks as we can. We're behind in this game already. Just need to try and make sure we don't stumble too much. Hopefully we can live long enough to get one of our flyers down, make it lifelinking, and try and race their Hidana's Climb, but it's going to be pretty difficult. This is one of the biggest bombs in the set, so this is a reason to be Merfolk as well. But when we've been talking about Merfolk not having a whole lot of cards, this just gives you raw power level. So we're going to pump this Trailblazer. Just attacking with the Sailor of Means. Alright, I'll bite, I'll block here. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I always want to be trying to keep as many 7-card hands as possible, regardless of how good they are. As long as I've got lands and spells, like I can figure out the rest later. It's just very, very difficult to make progress in a game when you just have less cards than your opponent, especially in Limited, where you don't have cards that are necessarily going to be able to catch you up from that. So, yeah, we're fighting a losing cause here. This Hidana's Climb is just going to get out of hand. And we're missing land drops, which means we're not able to get these guys. Gross. Yikes, that's going to be a big old monster sore. Oof. I don't think we're going to be playing this game for too much longer. Technically speaking, dead next turn anyway. They can put a counter on the Trailblazer to make it flip. Yeah, put a counter on the Trailblazer to make it flip and then jump the Monster Soar. But we'll see if they make that line or if they just put a counter on the Charging Monster Soar. But we are dead on board. They've got to make a mistake. So they're correct. Yeah, okay, they figured it out. That's fine. Sometimes we lose to bombs. That happens. Okay, that's a weird attack, because that doesn't leave me dead. That was a really weird attack, not leaving me dead. I don't think it matters, but... yeah. Should just attack the Siren Reaver as well to get me entirely dead. Okay, that draft was... We played against some good decks, but yeah, it was kind of awkward. But not the end of the world. We will just go again. Let's crack a pack in the meantime. Let's see what we get. Fathom Fleet Captain, sure. Right, on to another draft. So for those of you that are new in joining, we have Deckmaster available. So Deckmaster gives us the ability to vote and discuss cards. So the way that I do it is that Coley, thanks for the follow. So the way that I do this is that rather than talking through every single possible pick and just trying to see what other people think that they would pick. So you can click on the card on the screen. It'll then come through to me saying which one you think is the pick. And then we'll discuss the different options. So just give people a little bit of time. People can't read your name. That's a pretty reasonable name. Nothing too complicated about that. Right, is this got stuff in the right order? No. Okay, so. So yeah, just click on them. So yeah, literally on the Deckmaster extension, if you just click on the card that you want, it'll then come up with the voting percentages as to who's voted for what. There is a small bug which means I have to do Deckmaster worked on mobile for all of a day. Oh, never mind. So yeah, just click on a card on there, and then we can talk about it. I don't think this one's massively close. There's a small bug in the way that it does this, that it has the cards of the same colour in the wrong order. So that I've actually got to go and check and see what one is on the screen, rather than looking at the extension. So my extension says that the most picked card is Sun Sentinel, but it's actually Luminous Bonds. It's got those two cards the wrong way around. So for this pack, just to go through things in a little bit more detail, Pride of Conquer is a very good Ascend card just to be able to pay off for having lots of tokens. Thrashing Brontodon's a sizable creature. Being able to destroy artifacts and enchantments is pretty good too. It's above curve for a 3 mana 3/4, but green is my least favourite colour in this one, so I try to avoid it where possible. Thunderherd Migration is kind of awkward as well. It's a rampant growth if you have dinosaurs, or it's just 3 mana. Luminous Bonds is just straight up removal for 3 mana. Spirewinder, big ol' flying snake. Secrets of Golden City, good Ascend payoff. The other cards aren't amazing. Buccaneer's Bravado is a good card for the blue-red or the red-black decks, the pirate decks. Dust Charger's a fine payoff for that. My pick's going to be Luminous Bonds. Luminous Bonds is just the strongest card individually in the strongest color. So it leads us into playing either vampires or Ascend, and those are the kind of decks that I prefer to be in. So we'll go with Luminous Bonds. Next up, so we've got handful of reasonable cards. Slot Strength of the pack is one we haven't actually seen in the drafts we've done so far. It's a big old overrun, putting counters on every creature. Yeah, the bots do hoover up hard removal. That's because they're picked quite highly anyway. Worth noting, Jungleborn Pioneer is one of the better Merfolk cards, and it's kicking about down here. Impale, I like Pirate's Pillage, but it's not necessarily a pick this early. And we've got Moment of Triumph as well. I'll give people a few seconds to click on their cards. I think this one's pretty straightforward as well. So as we were saying, that the preference of being either in Vampires or in Ascend, white-black is still an Ascend color, as is Vampires, so it works in either way. And Impale is just great solid removal. Same reason as Luminous Bonds, it's just hard removal. Just being able to kill anything is great. As we saw in the last draft, we only had 2 bits of hard removal along with Settle the Wreckage. So just being able to straight up kill something is great. So we'll go with Impale. Next one. This pack's kind of medium. So we've got Swashbuckler, which is a kind of medium Ascend payoff. Jungle Creeper as just a 3/3 that keeps coming back. A white-black land, Snubborn Sentry, Vampire Revenant. This one's not amazing, this pack. The green cards, the Guiltgrove Stalker is probably the best one. Hunt the Weak, probably a close second. But yeah, the cards in this pack are not amazing at all. My preference is yeah, pick the land. Force it, pick the land. My preference is Snubborn Sentry, just because it's still an Ascend card. It's fine at blocking early, blocks against the aggressive red decks. I think it's better than Vampire Revenant. Vampire Revenant's a very replaceable card for me. So I'm going to pick the Snubborn Sentry. It's not really where I want to be at pick 3, but regardless of our initial picks, so if you ignore these, there isn't a card I prefer to pick. So yeah, we'll go with the Snubborn Sentry. This one, got Sailor of Means, which is obviously the best Ascend card. Suncrested Pterodon's a nice payoff, and it also pairs nicely with Snubborn Sentry, being able to give it Vigilance. Dinosaur Hunter's also fine. This one I think is just the Suncrested Pterodon, as much as, again, it's not amazing. It's not really where we want to be at early. But just being able to keep us on plan. Flyers are powerful in this format. Being able to give it Vigilance is great as well. But again, if we hadn't already picked white cards, there isn't a whole lot. The green cards, so there's 5 green cards in this pack, and all of them are really medium. Guiltgrove Stalker's got a bit of evasion early, but everything's just kind of not that good. Sailor of Means is probably the strongest card, but at the point where we're not really committed to anything, we probably should just pick the Sailor. Talking myself out of it. Suncrest Pterodons seem to come slightly later anyway. I'm not a big fan of Dinosaur Hunter anyway. Yeah, let's pick the Sailor and see where we end up. This pack's even worse for anything. So this I just think is unplayable. Yeah, green is one of the worst colours if you don't get one of the bombs or you don't get one of the really good uncommons. That's certainly the opinion I've had from most of the time throughout trying to draft this, is that your green is just really medium. Again, there's 3 green cards in here that just don't really achieve anything. I think I'm going to go with the Ceratops here, as much as it's not very good. Just this pack's awful. I don't like the Heliopterus. It's unless you're trying to make Colossal Dreadmaws fly. I just don't think it's particularly where you want to be at. Raptor Companion is a replaceable card, as is this, but I think just having a bigger guy is probably going to mean a little bit more. Yikes, this one's another pack of green cards where none of them are particularly good. I think I'm just going to pick the Gleaming Barrier just as another way to help with Ascend, blocks early. Even if we were in green, like, these cards aren't good. This is the point I'm trying to make, that green is just super under par. This one has a Snubborn Sentry and a Vampire Revenant and Arterial Flow. I'm just going to go with Snubborn Sentry. Even if we're white-blue or white-black, we've still got options with Snubhorns. They're still going to be good. It's going to be a good Ascend card. I like Gleaming Barrier over the Wilds. I really like just being able to make a creature that then trades or takes up some damage if they have to use tricks to be able to get through it, and it helps with your Ascend, especially when Ascend is the important thing with what we're trying to do. I'll pick a Dusk Charger because we might well be just on straight white black. Jungle Creeper for the board. The land wield, so woohoo. Dark Inquiry we might have to play. So this one's kind of awkward. We haven't got a whole lot going on, but we'll see how the next pack goes. So this one we have Slippery Scoundrel, which we saw in the last draft. Is pretty good. But there's a removal spell in Moment of Craving, so that's kind of where we want to be at. Again, I'm not going to take too long in the picks where there's not a whole lot to discuss. The couple of blue cards, we've only got one Sailor. Moment of Craving is better than the other cards, and I'd rather be able to play our Dusk Charger and Impale in a white-black deck, so we'll pick the Moment of Craving. This one's got another Forsaken Sanctuary, a Sanguine Glorifier, and a Vampire Revenant, so this pack is not good either. I think it's just a Vampire Revenant as a flyer. We've got enough stuff on the ground. We've got Snubhorns and Barriers. Just need to get some creatures in play. Like the Forsaken Sanctuary might wheel again. I'm not particularly keen on picking that this early again anyway. Just take a medium flyer. Well, we get a Bishop of Binding there. Bishop of Binding there is great for us. This card's great. So it's a Banisher Priest type effect or a Fiend Hunter type effect. So get to exile a creature, and then when it attacks, it makes either itself or another vampire get +X/+X where it's that power. Yeah, I'm at 49 just now, Stuart, so hopefully get that one more. So one more for affiliate, which would be awesome. Yeah, so we're going to take the Bishop here. Fine with wheeling either the Pride or Sun-Crested Pterodon, but Bishop of Binding is great for us. Okay, starting to see a couple more cards now. Sky Marcher Aspirant is really good because we're trying to be Ascend. So just having a little flyer, even if it is just little, is good. It's going to get in some damage early and then be able to fly over later on. The other option is probably Dinosaur Hunter, which I think is just worse than Sky Marcher Aspirant. This pack we've got a Martyr of Dusk or a Dusk Charger. We've got quite a lot of early plays because we've got these 1-drops and we've got a Barrier. And I think we just want more Ascend payoffs, so I think we just want the Dusk Charger. This one we have Sanguine Glorifier, which is quite awkward because we don't have a whole lot of vampires. And we've got another Pterodon, and I think we just want another flyer. Another big butt. It's not going to die particularly easily at the top end. Another Martyr of Dusk. That's sweet there. Dinosaur Hunter is going to be better than Fathomfleet Border most of the time, but we don't have any 3s. So I think it's actually worth picking the Fathomfleet Border, even though we don't have any pirates, just because we don't have any 3s. So is that 3-mana 3/3 that costs us 2 life? I think it's still worth having this one, because we just need to fill that slot on the curve. Another Snubhorn Sentry, we'll take that one. The other land wield. Another Pterodon. Stuff that we're not playing, more stuff that we're not playing. So yeah, I really want to find some kind of really nice black-white payoff card in this pack. But yeah, we'll see how we get on. Dreamcaller Siren is a nice blue card, but that's not where we're at. We've got Shining Aerosaur and Skymarch Bloodletter. This one for me is quite close, but I think based on curve considerations, we actually want the cheaper card. As much as this card is huge, we've already got 3 5-drop flyers. As much as this one is a better one, I think we just want the earlier one. Obviously not ideal. We'd have liked to get some kind of rare or uncommon, but okay with that one. Bright Reprisal is really awkward. Like, you never actually get the creature that you want to because you're always representing it. You kind of need this in like a blue-white flyers deck where you've got the flash flyer as well to be able to try and play around both. Swordpoint Diplomacy never gets you the cards you want either. Rallying Roar is probably the best card, and that says a lot about the quality of this one. Yeesh. Anyone got any opinions on this one? I think all these cards are bad. Cobbled Wings isn't great either because most of our creatures are flying already. Bright Reprisal's fine. I just don't think it's... you just have to hold up a lot of mana to do that, and in a tap-out deck in Limited, it just kind of feels awkward. I think it's between that and Rallying Roar, and I don't think either of them are particularly good. Guess the Reprisal's fine. It's not exciting, but... well, we'll take the big old flyer. Big old flyer is great here. How many vampires do we have? I don't think we've got that many, do we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a half a chance we can bring it back as well. So, but yeah, it's definitely this. There was no debating that. We're just trying to see how many flyers we actually have. Vampires. Heartless Pillage is a nice mind drop that gets you a treasure if you've attacked. What are we looking at in terms of creatures? We've got quite a lot of creatures, haven't we? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17. So yeah, some kind of spell. I think the mind drop's probably fine. Being able to do that, make a treasure, try and ramp into our other stuff, especially when we've got early creatures we can just attack with. Like, we can attack with a Snubhorn Sentry, which is fine. This is an easy contract killing. It's not close. We only have 1 or 2 removal spells, so getting that here is brilliant for us. Raptor Companion is going to be an upgrade over the Gleaming Barrier now. Got a Queen's Agent or Queen's Base Soldier. Do I want the big one or the little one? Feel like I just want the big one. I've already got 4 Glacial Fortresses, and I would just get 20 gems, so... this one's interesting. I think it's the Queen's Agent. Just want bigger things. It means we can cut some of these worse cards. Like, I can cut the Ceratops because this is just better. It means we're slightly heavier vampires as well, which is good. We've got a lot of early plays already, so yeah, gonna go with the big one. Slightly more payoff for that one too. Pterodon Knight's probably better than some of the other stuff, especially given the number of dinosaurs we've got in our white-black deck. Usually wouldn't have that many. Sure, just put stuff on the board. Let's take the uncommon for the sake of taking something. Card for the sideboard. Card for the sideboard. More cards we're not playing. More cards we're not playing. Cool. Field of Ruin does deal with some of the flip lands, but I think that's it's quite narrow to be able to need to do that. So we're high on creatures, so it's just a couple of creatures we're cutting. So we're going to cut this Ceratops because we've got better options now, where we didn't earlier on. And this Vampire Revenant's probably the next worst one, right? Might just be this Fathom Fleet Border. Arguably free. I mean, we're trying to cast lots of white 1-drops. We're trying to cast double black spells, so there's going to be a cost to it at some point. I don't think it's free. I think there is a cost to it. I don't think the cost is high, but there is a cost to it. Right, quick tweet and then we'll get onto some games. Cool, right. On we go to some games. Aspirant, Raptor Companion, then some awkward cards to keep. It kind of tells the story of our deck. 4-3 prediction. I think that's a little bit high for where we're going to land with this deck. I think we're going to struggle to get to the 3 wins. I think. Ugh, got a blocker for our Sky Marcher Aspirant as well. How rude. Let's just waste their time. Make sure they have to block. Or just take 2 damage, you know, whatever. It's your choice, your life. Jaybird. I definitely should play the cards after combat just to be able to make sure that we're actually representing tricks, but I didn't care that much, so... let's just attack with both. If they want to make blocks and trades, that's fine. Cool. Your life total is a resource. That is exactly it. Oh, that sums it up perfectly. Raptor Companion for 1. This Kanjali's collar has been pretty good so far. That's quite scary. I got a 12. I think I'm just supposed to sit back and then we'll Bright Reprisal this next turn. Make them think about not attacking with this. I think they'll still do it, but given the fact they didn't block with the Kanjali's collar, I actually don't know what to expect anymore, so... Snubborn Sentry, so that's a 3-3 already. Yikes. Their board's pretty big. Okay. Well... Reprisal is going to be good here. Going to be quite aggressive with this and leave the Dusk Charger behind and just trade with the Snubborn Sentry. We've got the Pterodon that we can play to start blocking the Raptor Companion, but really feel like we need to keep this guy around. I feel like that I just want to use the Reprisal to get rid of it. I feel like if we block, we take the same amount of damage. So we're as well just doing that. Oh, yikes, lands, sure. Okay, there's a land, so this Dust Charger's huge. Pterodon Knight is another flyer. May as well start attacking with this thing. You got a chance we can just get them dead. Kill the Dust Charger, sure. This attack is purely for information to see if they would block. Okay, they will. I'm not sure why he didn't make that trade. That certainly was one that he can make. It was a bit strange. Up to 4 now, so we're not forced into blocking creatures, which is good. And once we find one of our removal spells for this Aerosaur, we're going to be in great shape. Okay, they're just done. Sure. I don't know how to describe that game, but we'll just move on and we will just take it as it comes. Want to know? Yeah, I'm not sure what that game was. I don't think. Yeah. Don't know how to describe that one. Beyond words, I think, is the only way I can actually describe that in any kind of meaningful way. This one's good. Snowborn Sentry's going to turn on this Pillage. Bloodletter as well. Opponent's mulliganing. Life is good. Oh no, there's 2 Snowborn Sentries. We're going to stare at each other real hard. And then I'm going to mind rot you after you've mulliganed. Not blocking. What are you raiding out? Sure. Right, you discard 2 of your cards and I'm going to make a treasure. And after you've mulliganed, this should be pretty backbreaking. There's casual, get the 2 for 1, land on a Fathom Fleet border. Cool, that works for me. And you got a 2/3 flyer. Well, our flyers are going to be bigger, so that's fine. Play Skymarch Bloodletter out. So we're at 6 permanents, they're at 6 permanents. They're at 7 permanents. They're going to be a couple turns off being able to ascend anyway, even if they hit everything. We get to play this Pterodon, which is going to be Vigilant because we have a Snowborn Sentry. Oh, another flyer, sweet. Going to push with the Pterodon, see if they block. With it being Vigilant, it's basically free. And we've got another flyer, so we're in pretty good shape. We've got Pterodon Knight of their own. Let's just stop that. Whack you. Whack you like a whack-a-mole. Right, let's play our Raptor Companion, which will ascend us. And then we get to attack with all of these things in the air now, because we've got the Moment of Craving to kill their Sky Marcher. They might make... Okay, no blocks. No blocks works for me. Blocks. What have we got? Pride of the Conquerors. Do I care? Not really. Guess we'll just kill this just so we've got another creature. Well, I mean, yeah, he had a good read on the block there, or the no block there. That was a really good draw from their mulligan. Just a good thing that ours was just slightly better. Cool, 2-0. 2-0 and let's keep jamming. Go on, there must be someone out there that's watching that isn't following. One more follower gets me my affiliate. Who wants to be the one? Yeah, this hand's awkward, but again, I just don't like mulliganing in best of one limited. Just feel like you lose a lot more. It's not bad, but it's also just not good. So, I would much rather have a hand like this than mulligan to Oblivion and not be able to do anything. So, like, we have drawn all spells. It's just a shame none of them are cheap spells. But yeah, we'll see what they come out with. Thrashing Brontodon. Thrashing Brontodon's about the worst thing we could have seen there. I'm just going to mind drop them. Get the Dust Charger out and then hopefully hit land so we can get these Pterodons out. This one might just be too slow against the 2 power 2 drop, 3 power 3 drop. Might be. Would you discard 2 lands? Knight the Stampede and a land, sure. $13. Swashbuckler, sure. Okay, so they don't have any more lands. Just get to play the Dust Charger. Hopefully they don't have removal and we can start to play things out. Next turn we can actually snub. If we draw a land, we can Snubhorn and Impale, which would be great. See what they come up with. Yeah, we didn't get the treasure off the Heartless Pillage, so otherwise, yes, it would have been the Pterodon just to make sure that we can make a block. Yikes. Well, we're going to go to 6, and we're hopefully going to draw land so we can play the Snubhorn and Impale, but we're going to Impale this regardless. Ooh, Luminous Bonds. Let's use the Luminous Bond so we can 2-spell and get the Snubhorn out here as well. No tax. Get completely blown out by green combat tricks, but it is what it is. Snowboard's getting in the way here. Take 3. Got Crash the Ramparts. Oh, okay, sure. So am I supposed to play the Pterodon out, or am I supposed to Impale? I feel like I'm just supposed to Impale this while they don't have an opportunity to sack it to kill the Luminous Bonds. Obviously, we're not in good shape at 1 life, but if we untap again, I think we could be okay. Sweet. Next turn, we'll play out the second Pterodon. We'll get to start poking them properly. Knight of the Stampede, sure. So we got 6, 7, 8, 9. Ascend, 10. I think I just need to kind of be aggressive with this. I've got 2 blockers, so 2 5s are difficult to deal with for red-green anyway. Have like a Montresor, then so be it. But I don't think we can play around a whole lot here. Just need to play our stuff out. Okay, you got a 3-4 with reach, sure. Does mean we still get to hit with both of these. Okay, so drawing something like Bright Reprisal would be nice, just to make sure we can play around them having a trick. Obviously dead to stuff like Lightning Strike and stuff, so there's no point talking about things like that. If they've got something like Bombard, that would give them an opportunity to try and start killing my stuff. Obviously my 3 best creatures are all 5 toughness, so also involves them getting involved in combat. Dusk Charger's not getting in anytime soon now, because it's only going to get to trade with either a Whiptail or the Knight of the Stampede. Maybe it is. Maybe Dusk Charger was supposed to get in because they have to block with a Grazing Whiptail if they want it to die. Yikes. That's not good. Well, that's late to the party, isn't it? So I can't attack with guys on the ground, so guys in the air, and you get. So we're going to just have to be patient with this Moment of Craving, I think. Oh, they've ascended. This has double strike now. Got another Hunt the Week. Got a Brontodon. Brontodon's rough. Brontodon is rough. Multiple Brontodons. Good draft. Raptor Companion. It's a real shame we didn't draw this earlier, so this Whiptail was out of the way. We're still in this. We are still in this. That one's kind of annoying, but again, still not the end of the world. We're still alive, we're still kicking. That's maybe not the worst for us there, because then it means that they're going to have to attack with his Whiptail. Attacking with a Whiptail means that we get to eat it with a Dusk Charger, while still staying alive by Moment of Craving in one of the creatures. We might have some kind of niche play where we actually need to block the Armasaur with a Raptor Companion and Moment of Craving our own Raptor Companion to make sure they don't get a token to block with the following turn. Which is something that we'll need to keep in the back of our mind. That would put us back to 1, and then be able to kill them with the Dusk Charger. Although if they attack with a Whiptail, then we're probably pretty good in the air anyway. This Moment of Craving should be big game. Yep. That's real good for them. Oh yeah, please leave that back. Okay. So Dusk Charger goes here. Double Pterodons over here. Raptor Companion here. And then Moment of Craving the Swashbuckler. Not sure why they didn't attack with a Hardry Veteran as well, but so they're left with this, which is still pretty good. We've got no attacks now. This doesn't have Vigilance anymore, so maybe I'm not supposed to block with a Raptor Companion there. Okay, that one doesn't actually do anything, assuming we draw a creature, so we can still block enough things. Oh wow, that's aggressive. So if I'd drawn a murder there, I'd have won. They have to make this block. Play a Martyr of Dusk out. Yeesh. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. And now they're going to attack with everything again, because that's the line they made, because they had to do it last turn too, so we're dead. Yikes, that game was close. Not sure where we find that extra turn. Maybe I'm just supposed to not block with the Raptor Companion, so I can try and attack with the guy in the air. Potentially do that. So attacking with the Vigilance creature is actually relevant, so maybe like leaving the guy back for a turn, so it means we can actually push in damage is relevant. Maybe I'm supposed to block. Oh, I need to kill the Reach creature. Try to think if there was something where we could block with Dusk Charger and the other thing, but no. No, I needed to make that play in the big turn where they flunged with everything. Yeah. It was more if I was going to double block the thing, but with do a different double block. Again, this hand's not great, but I don't like mulliganing in this. Yeah, going down to 1 with an extra dude, but the extra dude being a dinosaur, so it means that the 2/5, so this guy would have been vigilant, was potentially made a difference, because then it means they have got to make a worse attack the following turn, where I get to make better blocks, to then be able to try and get some stuff out the way. So yeah, they then have to. I have another creature back, so it then means that they have to start throwing stuff into the Dusk Charger to be able to get damage, but I am on 1, so it means that any creature getting through is lethal. Yeah, I don't know. Them drawing the Tilnali's Crown was just backbreaking. That was such a good draw for them. Cast Herodon Knight. Thanks everybody for hanging out this Sunday. Good to see so many people. We've had quite a high number over the whole stream, generally speaking. Do I want to trade with our turn? Kind of feel like I want to trade with our turn. Nah, we'll try and draw the land. Ugh, gross. Alright, come, give me that one. Not blocking, so it may as well attack. Okay, that's gross. Cannot block this thing. Need to try and figure out how we're getting through this. This thing's now huge. As much as I want this Needletooth Raptor gone, this thing's just going to be a pain. So I'm going to take 3 here. I'm going to take 7 here. Just need to figure out how we're pushing through damage and not dying too badly to this Needletooth Raptor. Let's block with a Snubborn Sentry. Means they get to choose what they want to kill, but sure, that one's fine. That one can potentially come back. So Dreadmaw, we get to bonds that for a turn. Them having a Brontodon is just brutal with our Luminous Bonds. They're going to trade the Brontodon for the Bonds, and then we're going to triple block the Dreadmaw. They're going to eat the Pterodon, the Raptor Companion. Or they don't do anything. Don't do anything works for me. So guys, just as I was saying earlier, one more follower gets me to affiliate, which would be amazing. Just one more follower. I've got all the other criteria. So if there's someone out there that's not currently a follower, would greatly appreciate it. New Horizons. Where are we putting a counter? The frilled back. Sure. Whew. That's a good one. Kill that one. Can't kill the Brontodon because then they just get to kill the Luminous Bonds. Just get to make the same play we did last turn. Push for 4. Maybe they don't realise they can blow up Luminous Bonds. No, they do. Sure. Please die. I'll keep my Sentry and my Sky Marcher Aspirant. Sun-Colored Raptor. Sure, that's really annoying. So how much mana have they got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 7 power. We can force a block here, but that's it. So we're dead. Is that what we're saying? We're dead to that, aren't we? Again, just a turn slow. Need to put everything in front of this to not die to just this, so then if they attack with Hardy Veteran 2, then they win. It's frustrating. These games have been so close. So close. Oh well, that makes it irrelevant anyway. But they had lethal anyway. But okay, let's get back on the winning train, shall we? Let's see how we get on with this one. This sounds pretty good. Snubs, Luminous Bonds, Dusk Charger. One land gets its Dusk Charger, and then we've got Queen's Agent as a bigger thing, so this one seems fine. May as well get the Snubborn out turn 1, then we can play the Forsaken Sanctuary on 2. Yep, you've got a 4-2. Time for the Dusk Charger. So we're at 6 permanents. Land would make 7, 8. I'm not blocking here. Pterodon Knight's reasonable, but I think we're just moment of craving that frill back. Let's attack with the Dusk Charger first. Kill the thing we can kill with a removal spell. Yep, and that's why we didn't use the Luminous Bonds yet. This is essentially a free attack. They didn't make the block last turn, so strange to make the block there. Same tricks are available. Sure. Your dinosaurs cost nothing. Play at the Pterodon Knight, see if we can't start flying over. We're 8 permanents, so land will get us to ascend. Another Dreadmaw, sure. Alright, land, ascend. Let's fly over with the Knight. What have you got black mana in your deck for? Dusk Legion Zealot. Alright, so what's the red for then? Want to make sure I block with everything just to make sure that we play around some kind of pump spell. Fly over with that one, play another Pterodon, play a Sentry. These things make such a weird noise. Tetzamok. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's coming down next turn. Let's just attack with everybody. Oofed. The old 2 mana Tetzamok. Yep. Kill my flyers. Yikes. Am I supposed to hold it? I can't push through the damage this turn, so am I supposed to hold it and see if I can find 2 removal spells? See if they attack us or something? I think so. Because like, if I find like my Impale, Journey to Eternity, yeah, sure. Whoa, what happened there? Yeah, Nightbot doesn't like it. I need to figure out what Nightbot's actually doing. Right, okay, so we don't care about this. You can take 6. They don't play a creature. Okay, they play the Dusk Charger. So we're still on the same plan. We need to find 2 removal spells. Although this means that we can find... No attacks. No blocks again. Just trying to push through the last point of damage. Snowborn Sentry. Right, so we can kill a Dusk Charger, we can attack with everything, it doesn't achieve a whole lot. We can just play the Snowborn Sentry and make a block. try and see if we can basically just fog a turn, see what we find. Ugh. Just need them to overextend, and they're just not doing it. That kind of works. Does it? They don't have to make enough blocks. Just make sure we don't die and we're going to kill them with the Bloodletter. Let's try that. Yas! Got there. Beat the Tetzamok. Beat the Tetzamok, so we're currently 3-2. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. We're doing some arena drafting. Oh, this hand's so awkward. We've got a Luminous Bonds, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, chat, it'll be fine. We've got Luminous Bonds. The old monoplanes draw. We'll find the swamp and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. 18. What's a follow-up? Just a Secrets. Secrets is okay. Okay, just the old monoplanes draw. I'm not casting Luminous Bonds on this. I want to save it for something better. I want to find the Black Source so I can, Moment of Craving it. Okay, Snubborn Sentry is a reasonable one because it means that that it'll be able to double block with a Pterodon. Give it enough chance. Direfleet Neckbreaker, that's disgusting. Oh, that's good timing. Please go away. What have you got, opponent? What have you got? Forerunner. Sure. What's your next best pirate? Because you've already used your best one, because this was the best one. Siren Reaver. Sure. Okay with Siren Reaver. So we're up to, what, 5, 6, 7, 8 permanents. So next turn we should be able to ascend, assuming everything is still alive and kicking. Siren Reaver, no attacks. I go to 11. Scoundrel, I go to 10. So 7 lands. Don't need to cast the Dusk Charger yet, so I'm just going to cast the Pterodon, then we can use Dusk Charger and Luminous Bonds in the same turn at some point. And we'll start poking them for 2 with these Vigilance Dinosaurs. Bloodletter, sure, I go to 9. Overhamster, thanks for the follow. And that is 50. 50 followers. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in today. Good to see so many of you. I don't want to attack with this just because they can double block one of these Pterodons, and I don't really want that to happen yet, so... Oh, I need to turn down Nightbot because that wasn't unreasonable. Right, so I think I'm just bonding the Siren Reaver, and I'm just going to keep getting in with these. Yeah, Neckbreaker is a ridiculous card. Just gives everything +2/+0, which is superb. Alright, I'm gonna see if they've got a trick by double blocking here. I don't really mind if they try and kill one of these. Like, we can Bright Reprisal if they've got a trick for their own creature. So we'll just kill their guy. We draw a card, we just lose one of these, which, if that's what they're bombarding, that's fine. Awesome. So we got there. So we are at 4 wins. Let's... How do I'll need to sort... Sorry, Carly. We'll need to figure out what the Nightbot settings are, because... yeah, that's... It says you've timed you out for a long time. That's not fair. Because I want to see you get your money with your 4-3 bet, because we're obviously going to lose this one. So yeah, 50 followers. Thanks very much, everyone. Really appreciate you following me. 6 new followers today, which have been great. It's been a really good stream. Lots of people tuning in, so hope you're all enjoying it. I'm going to keep this one. Raptor Companion's a good one. We've got a reasonable curve of 2, 4, 5, 6. Obviously need some lands to go with it, but the spells are reasonable, so... And there's the first land we need. Guilt Grove Stalker. We actually get to block that with our Raptor Companion, so that one's not the end of the world. Jade Light Ranger. Sure, are we playing Constructed? Right, that means I'm just going to let this thing hit me. Okay, they're not going to give us the opportunity to block. Sure. What was my Magic experience? I've been playing since Gatecrash, so about 2013, I think. I've played quite a lot of GPs. I had a good finish at GP Lille in 2015, where I came 9th in Legacy GP there. Missing out on tiebreakers, which was pretty brutal. Because it was on 0.017% or something along those lines, which was quite brutal for me. Especially at that point, I was still unemployed, so didn't have a job. So I was at the point where I could actually make a go of make a run at some GPs, try and put some more effort into playing Magic Online, try and do that. But it didn't work out that way. That would have actually. With that, it would have got me Scotland national captaincy, and it would have got me at least 2 Pro Tour invites. Given the way that it had worked out at that point in time, so it was pretty brutal. I am the guy who tried to pithing needle LED on stream. Thanks very much, Ferg. I love you too. One of my worst moments, that one, but yeah, it was good fun. I'll have you know, that time I pithing needle LED on stream, I did actually win that game. I did win that one, so... And that's all that really matters, right? So I go to 7 here. Ugh, that's gross. Since then, I've been still trying to grind, trying to get to the Pro Tour. Made my Pro Tour debut at Pro Tour Rivals Vixalan. So the format that this set is based drafting with. So just over a year ago. Yeah, just over a year ago now. It was February last year. So I've been trying to keep playing. Just not had the motivation. There's been a lot of change in the people that are playing around locally to me. With lots of people it used to be based on people that were staying up here for university. They've moved away since. So there's just less people. Less people that were wanting to play, wanting to grind, wanting to travel to events. So it just made it slightly more difficult to... Oh, this guy's playing a constructed deck too. Oh, slaughter the strength of the pack. Well, at least you've got no lands to be able to cast that. So yeah, it was. It's been an interesting ride. I've certainly enjoyed it for the most part. But yeah, just trying to still play as much as we can. Obviously, not knowing what the next PTQ system is going to look like. It's kind of awkward because that's how I will look to qualify again in the future. So just we need to understand what it's going to look like, so know how much I've got to commit, or if I can just commit entirely online. I know what I'm doing to an extent, but yeah, everyone makes mistakes, and everyone can be better than they are. So it's always worth being able to point things out on stream. No one's perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, I like to think that I'm more than capable of playing the game. Some people will disagree, as Ferg Blaster will probably completely disagree that I'm capable of playing the game. Although I think I've still got a positive record against you overall, Ferg. Not 100% sure about it, but I think I do. Yeah, that sums it up perfectly. Yeah, I managed to locally with us in Scotland. We had a really nice PTQ system. Oh, that's real gross. The PPTQ system worked really well for us because we had about 10 stores in Scotland, so there's usually that many a season, which then meant that we were able to try and travel about, figure out what everyone was doing with the events. I managed to get lucky enough to win 10 or 11 of them, so managed to get to some RPTQs, which is how I ended up qualifying for Pro Tour Rivals. Lost in the top 8 of the one that was for the team event one as well, which was kind of unfortunate because that would have been real cool to go and play the team Pro Tour with Anand and Drew Martin. Unfortunately, didn't get to do that, but we're still here to be able to tell the tales. So, and we're about to lose to this strength of the pack here, so we'll be able to move on to the last draft of the day. Attack me, I dare you. Attack me, I dare you. Generally speaking, I prefer draft, but my best win percentage is in Modern, which is my least favorite format. Which people always find hilarious because most people enjoy Modern. I absolutely hate it. Just don't particularly enjoy the way that the games play out or anything like that. But yeah, I tend to prefer playing draft. Love playing draft and paper with people locally. And yeah, constructed is fine. Like I really enjoy playing standard when it's a good standard format. So just now it's a pretty good standard format, so I quite like playing that. But yeah, it's purely just based on whatever I feel at the time. Right, how are we blocking here? I feel like we need to try and eat some stuff. We die like that, so we can't do that. I don't think it matters. Let's just block and move on with our lives. it looks like you're free. I'll need to tune down Nightbot at some point, because at the moment my chat is not anywhere near busy enough to worry about any kind of spam protection. So impale that thing. Yeah, still alive, still standing. Not for very long, but we're still alive. Right, let's disable all of these just now. Right, that's everything disabled, so you should be absolutely free to shitpost as much as you like. Oh yeah, removal spell, cool, good timing. So yeah, you're bang on the money with your 4 and 3. Couple of very good decks we lost to, but that happens. Okay, let's one more for the day. So we get another pack of Ixalan. So we'll crack that pack. You can do what you like, Ferg. It's extra messages. It works for me, so it makes the chat look like it's busier than it is. So right, rank draft. Let's pay some coins. Right, let's move on. So, for those of you that haven't seen me go through the draft of this before, what we do is we use the Deckmaster tool, so the extension that's on the overlay. You can click what card you think is the card you would pick. We'll discuss the different options, we'll discuss the card quality, we'll discuss what we're trying to think about, where we're trying to move with the deck, and where we think we're at. So yeah, we usually give you a little bit of time to read over the cards and think about it. This one doesn't seem particularly close because of the strength of the rare, but we'll let folks do that anyway. You were too fast. This one isn't, as I say, isn't particularly close. The rare is excellent. So Italy, Primal Storm. This card is great. Always being able, like a 6 mana 6/6 is fine. Like we know that the Colossal Dreadmaw is very good, just because of the size of it. This one has other text. So when it attacks, you exile the top card of each player's library, and then you can cast them. That ability is very, very strong. Just to be able to do that. Don't need to be in a dinosaur deck. You can just be in like a red deck. You don't need to have the other dinosaurs in your deck. So this card's amazing. The other cards are interesting. Deadeye Brawler's a very good Ascend payoff card in blue-black. Corsair's fine. Is very good. Best blue common. Silvergill Adept's one of the better Merfolk cards, but Merfolk's kind of awkward, as we've discussed on multiple occasions. The rest of the pack's kind of weak, so we take Italy as the first card. So next up, we've got a couple of options here. I think this one's a bit closer than the last one. There's kind of 3 cards that I'm looking at between Mausoleum Harpy, Squire's Devotion, Knight of the Stampede. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you guys think with that. Yeah, true. Italy, you don't even need to be in red. You can just play it off treasures, because treasures are life. Just waiting for Twitch to actually update with the number of followers I have. It hasn't done it yet. So what do we reckon with this one? We've got Mausoleum Harpy, which is a really nice flyer that whenever another creature you control dies, if you've ascended, you get +1/+1 counter on it. Squire's Devotion is excellent as well, being able to give a creature a lifelink and make a token. And then we've got Knight of the Stampede, which would help us ramp into our Italy. I think the other cards are pretty medium. Hunt the Weak is also a consideration, but generally don't like green. I would rather be another colour combination. Enchantments and equipments are quite strong in this format just because of the size of the creatures. Most of the creatures are quite small compared to most formats. That's also the reason that Colossal Dreadmaw is quite good, because the creatures are smaller, so then enchanting the creatures, making them bigger, making them slightly more capable of rumbling in combat is usually good. And for me, I'm on... Yeah, there's a ton of removal, but the creatures are bad, so it means that you're usually getting value out of your enchantment. The enchantments like Squire's Devotion, Mark of the Vampire just make racing very, very difficult. And a lot of the removal is conditional, so it's based on having like Bombard is deal 4 damage, Moment of Cravings -2/-2. We just don't have any love for Merfolk. Merfolk are really, really difficult cards to actually pay off. You basically, the way we've talked about it is that you need to have your green, you need your Balmy Rare first to make you want to be Merfolk. So like you want your Hidana's Climb, or you want your Deep-Root Elite, or your Kumena, and those are the cards that are going to draw you into Merfolk. You're not going to like go into Merfolk. You're going to open it and do that. A 1/1 for 1 that's unblockable isn't amazing. Just doesn't do a whole lot. Would rather have bigger, more impactful creatures. So for this one, I'm going to pick the Mausoleum Harpy. I like the big flyer. Red-black's a fine colour combination, and I like to be able to ascend. So this one's got a Raging Regisaur, which is a reason to be in Dinosaurs. It's a very good card. Waternaught's a good card. And I think I'm actually just going to pick the Raging Regisaur here just to keep ourselves open. This card's excellent, and it goes really well with a tally. Being able to like poke things out the way, make sure we're able to push in damage. There's not a whole lot else in this one. There's Waterknot, but that's a completely different direction. We do want to be playing a tally, so, and Raging Regisaur is one of the better payoffs for being Dinosaurs. So. This one we have Sailor of Means, Sun-Colored Raptor. That's about it. Not a whole lot in this pack. Sun-Colored Raptor is excellent. Helps you push in damage. We might end up just being like, we're still open to what we're doing, but just want to be cutting red. Potentially just be straight red-green at the end. We've got Colossal Dreadmaw here, which is great. I think it's better than the Stampeding Horncrest, but it does mean that we're looking for any cards that will let us ramp. So any of the like Knight of the Stampedes and things, we're going to be prioritising those if we pick this. Trailblazer's fine, but we're going to try and be Dinosaurs here. Pirate's Pillage is pretty good as well because it helps with your ramp. We're going to go with the Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw's the biggest, scariest thing there. So this one has a Frilled Death Spitter, which is just a nice on-curve card. The Durazca is very replaceable. It doesn't do a whole lot. There's no text on it, so just as a 3/4, like we've already got a 4-mana 4/4 that has other text, so want to be trying to keep our card quality up. So ticking Death Spitter is good. It also allows us to attack with the Regisaur and trigger the Death Spitter with that. So yeah, we'll take Death Spitter. Another Dreadmaw. This Cassophodon's not very good. I'm just going to go with the Dreadmaw. We might not end up playing all of these 6-drops, but if we get the right cards to pair with them, then we will play them all. Sun-Colored Raptor number 2 is fine. I'm going to take a Woodland Stream in case we end up splashing. Evolving Wilds for the same reason I don't like Mutiny. Mutiny is a really awkward removal spell where they have to have 2 creatures and they have to have the right power and toughness matched up to be able to actually kill their creature. So I like Evolving Wilds rather than that. Brazen Freebooter is actually a much better 4-drop than the 3/4 because it makes a treasure and it's ramping us toward a Tally and Dreadmaw. We'll take a Bravado. It's just going to go on the board. Might well play the Horncrest. Yeah, so this pack went really well. We've got a very solid direction for where we're actually looking to go. Solid Dinosaur start with some good top end between a Tally and Dreadmaw. And we picked up a 3rd pick Raging Regisaur, which is excellent. Right, this pack is not close. Golden Guardian is the best card in that pack. Golden Guardian is one of the best rares in the set. So yeah, it's that card. This card, especially in dinosaurs. So Golden Guardian, I clicked on it slightly too quickly. It's going to fight one of your other creatures, and when it does and it dies, it returns transformed. It taps for 2 of any color of mana. So again, if you can maneuver it early, you can potentially ramp with it, and then it starts pumping out 4/4 tokens. This is one of the best cards in the set. So charging Tuscadon's great. Big old dinosaur that's going to deal a lot of damage, so we like that one too. Bombard, love a bit of removal. Knight of the Stampede is definitely a consideration, but we've got no removal, so Bombard is great here. Journey to Eternity. Journey to Eternity is not a particularly good card. Like, obviously, sorry, that's not what I meant. So the card is very good, but it's awkward. You have to play a certain kind of game to be able to make Journey good. We're only just touching on green at the moment anyway, so we're not going to take that one. I think we're actually just going to take the Trailblazer and just be early. Just want another early drop. Freebooter's pretty good here. Freebooter's going to let us, again, hit more mana sources so we can cast our bigger spells. Like, we're going to be quite high on the curve in this deck. Swashbuckler's fine, but not amazing. We'd probably pick up a Traveler's Amulet at some point if we were looking to splash, but at the moment we're not, so... Which card are you talking about, Collie? Another Bombard. Wow. Wow. Another Freebooter or a Mutiny. I think I just want another Freebooter. I'm quite happy with these to be my XS4s. Just to be able to make sure we're hitting lands. Traveler's Amulet is going to help us at lands too. Don't care about any of these. Yeah, it's a really good card. Just not for what we've got going on. Another Trailblazer is pretty good. Hardy Veteran's fine as well. Erascaraptor on the board. Gleaming Barrier, we might play. Shatter. So this deck's looking pretty good, pretty solid. We've got a nice aggressive curve, and we've got 2 bombs. Got 2 good pieces of removal. Yeah, this deck's looking pretty good. So this pack, we've got a Merfolk Branchwalker, which would again help us hit our land drops. We've got Deeproot Warrior, which is very difficult to block. You need like a 4 toughness creature to be able to profitably block it. We've got Tillinally's Knight, which is basically always going to be a 3/3 attacker in this deck. And we've got Suncrowned Hunters, which is just worse than our other big creatures. I think we just want the Branchwalker just to make sure we get to our expensive stuff. Certainly in best of 1, just want to make sure that we have a little bit more consistency in our cards, so that we can do that. The Tillinally's Knight, I think, is close, but being able to try and make sure we keep hitting our land drops, I think, is important. So yeah, Branchwalker it is. This one, we have a Tishana's Wayfinder for the same reason. I think we just want to be picking that. Just want to make sure we keep hitting land drops. The only other cards, Crash the Ramparts, which I'm not a massive fan of in this kind of deck. I think that we've already got big creatures, so just want to be able to remove things rather than worry about the size of their stuff. And trying to push through damage. So Tishana's Wayfinder it is. This one, we've got lots of blue-black cards, but we're not that, so it's just a Ravenous Daggertooth, which is fine. Not amazing, but 3/2. We've definitely got a gap in our curve at 3, so quite happy to pick that up. And that brings us closer to tying off the cards in our deck. We've got Nest Robber or Spike-tailed Ceratops, both of which are pretty bad. I think I'll just put a Nest Robber on the board and we'll pull it in if we need to, if we don't quite get there. Otepec Huntmaster is perfect. Perfect card for our deck. So it's going to mean all our dinosaurs cost 1 less and we can give them haste. So this is just exactly what we were looking for, and it's going to be our best 2 drops. So Lightning Rig Crew is an excellent card that just is a pinger. Pingers are generally very good, and it's got 5 toughness. 5 toughness is very relevant in this format. Fathom Fleet Firebrand's fine as a 2-drop as well. We're going to pick the Firebrand. This is an upgrade to some of our 2s. This one doesn't really have anything. Just going to put the Ceratops on the board. I don't like Ryle. Take another Dagger Tooth. Don't need more 6-drops. Tilnally's Night Wield. Sure. Put a Ryle on the board. Take a Hijack. Unknown Shores. I guess we might play a Frenzied Raptor. Right, okay, so that's turned out quite nicely. So we've got a nice curve. So we've got quite a lot of nice early creatures, and then we've got our big bombs to top it off. So let's move stuff about. I don't think I need the Evolving Wilds in this deck. Our mana's not pushed enough to make me want to have to play that. I don't really like Hardy Veteran if I can avoid playing it. Probably cut a Trailblazer. It's not really a Trailblazer deck. We are mostly non-creatures. Mostly creatures, I mean. Maybe we're supposed to play a Bravado just to have another trick. Because we are just creatures. Go with this. What's this one do? Things must attack me. Sure, that doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I think I'll go with this. I think this is fine. A quick tweet and then we will move on to the games. Cool. Let's... Yeah, Golden Guardian is just a ridiculous card. How do I do this now? Right, cool. Let's start off with some games. So yeah, again, thanks everyone for hanging out today. Good to see so many people hanging out. We managed to hit our 50 followers in this stream, so super excited about that. So should get affiliate on the go. I don't think there's any issues usually with that getting online. This hand's pretty good. No problems with this one. Ooh, we're going to get to play a turn 3 Raging Regisaur. That'll be good. Wotapek Huntmaster. (5/3). I think it's better than a 5/3. I think we've got it. I think this is it. Right, Raging Regisaur. I'm assuming this is getting countered, but I want to be able to 2-spell next turn, so. Awesome to see so many people in chat today. Super exciting about it. Yep, this is all fine. Like, they're just going to counter all the spells we don't care about, and then we're going to get a tally and smash them with a tally, so. This one's got haste. Smash you. Daggertooth smash. Okay, so they've not got a whole lot of anything there. I do still have 3 treasures up. Not sure if we want to jam this Italy yet. Let's just play the Sun-Colored Raptor and we can smash with this. Smash with both of these. So we gain a couple of life. Not going to be massively relevant, but... play an amulet out too. Right, now they've got a plains. What else you got? Azor. That's gross. I'm going to get to draw a lot of cards with that one. At least we should get to throw a tally at them this turn. Like if they trade the Azor for the Atali, like that's a reasonable trade for us, I think. Hopefully hit a couple of cards too. Right, what else you got? Resplendent Griffin too. Sure, that's gross. Let's thin our deck of lands. Itali. So they didn't have a counter last turn, so we would have been able to play it last turn, but I didn't want them to have like another counter spell, which would have been back-breaking for us. Right, trigger. What are we finding? Ugh. Cards I can't cast because of Azor. That's really annoying. Why are you playing Cleansing Ray in your deck? How bad is your pool that you're playing Cleansing Ray? Come on, opponent. They are on 12. Like there is a. Obviously, they'll draw some cards off this Azor, but the Sun-Colored Raptor gets to attack for 7 Trampley as well next turn. So okay, sure. They're going for the drawing cards with Azor. We'll just get to smash them for 1,000,000. So. Sure. So you can draw 3-4 cards, gain 4 life, and then die. What else you got? Land removal spell. You got a Luminous Bonds. Luminous Bonds would be disgusting. Ugh. Gross. I could attack with all of these because they're going to have to block this Uncolored Raptor with the Griffin, I think, so should be a pretty free attack to get an extra point in. Oh, how this game has slipped away already. Azor, eh? Azor. How many are you drawing this time? Alright, what else you got? Gleaming Barrier, sure. Alright, give me a good one off the top of the deck, please. Colossal Dreadmaw. Golden Boy would be good. Golden Boy would be good. Obviously not. 9 lands, 8 spells. Nearly got there. Right, let's not waste our time because we're not winning this through this with another turn of Azor. So that's frustrating. Right, let's move on. Italy hitting 2 non spells there, or 2 spells it couldn't cast there, was absolutely appalling for us. Right, this hand's fine. Knight into Frilled Death Spitter, lots of attacking, and then Italian Dreadmaw to top it off. So this one's looking for lands. Yeah, 7-1 from here. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Never in doubt. Nest Robber, sure, I'll take 2. That's strange to not block when there's a high probability I have a dinosaur. Then you don't get to block, so you're no attacks, no blocks. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So looking for a mountain within the next couple of turns so we can get this Italy down on time. Red's going to have a bit more of a struggle dealing with Italy if they don't have a Dreadmaw or something of their own. Alright, we're just going to attack with both. So they've got some kind of instant because it's not pausing through the game, so, or it is pausing through the game, sorry. So they can block the Death Spitter, take 5, go to 12. You got something to kill the knight as well, or have you got a trick? Sure Strike or something maybe. The first game we lost to Azor. We played Atali. Atali was great. But having them just played Azor, it hit Bombard, and that was pretty rough for us. And we just kind of flooded out. We drew 9 lands to 8 spells, which wasn't amazing, but not a whole lot we can complain about it. Like, I think our deck's pretty good, and I think we will continue to be able to compete. So. Knight of the Stampede, sure. That could potentially be scary. We had to play Sun-Colored Raptorite, which means that we're going to attack with this Knight. See if they block. You are the master bookie. We will see how we get on. Okay, that's not Dreadmaw mana, so that's a start. Hopefully we can get this Tally down and Tally can do some work. That card's pretty good. No, I think I'm just jamming a Tally. Like, I don't think they're going to have too many. There aren't too many answers in red-green that's going to be able to deal with a Tally. So I'd rather just get it down and try and push through. Especially with the Bravado now, we can try and push through even if they've got a blocker. Because they might need multiple spells to be able to deal with that. I'm not too concerned about blocking that one, I don't think. Okay, they didn't attack anyway, so that works out nicely for us. So I'm going to attack with Atali. Triggers. Oh, I hit a Dreadmaw. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Who's a good Dreadmaw being on top of my deck? Give my Atali first strike. Oh, if that worked. That's amazing. And Branchwalker. That's just about as good as we could have possibly drawn that up that turn. So now we just need to start hitting their other Dreadmaws off the top of their deck. So loving the emotes, guys. Keep them up. Keep them up. Another Knight of the Stampede. Sure, have you got more dinosaurs? If you don't have more dinosaurs, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. The Sun-Colored Raptor is going to be attacking as well, but everything's going to be attacking. Ooh, Bombard. That's a good one. Alright, buddy. That is the appropriate number of emotes. What do we hit? A Traveler's Amulet. Opponent, stop having lands on top of your deck. We have a Bombard to be able to blow out the whatever block they're going to try and muster here. Or we can just kill them with the Sun-Colored Raptor. 9, 11. So they need to block the Sun-Colored Raptor, but if I pump it twice, they die, so... It doesn't seem good for the opponent. One way or the other, it does not seem good for them. Yep, roping again, roping again. Alright, kill the Vanguard. I know I can try and push through here, but I'm assuming they've got something. Okay. I love that bug. I'm assuming I got my win. Yes. Cool, 1-1. Onwards and upwards. Let's keep going. This hand's pretty reasonable. Traveler's Amulet's going to help us find the green. Yeah, we got... we lost the first round. They had an Azor. Azor the Lawbringer. Which just kind of got us. Our Itali hit two instant and or two sorceries. One instant, one sorcery, which it couldn't cast because Azor's trigger was still in effect, so... that was kind of awkward, but yeah, we'll win the rest. It's fine. Gotta have confidence, gotta have faith. That sounds like the worst. I didn't play any of the alpha. Oh, this card's very good. But do they have lands? I'm assuming, seeing that they've played 3 islands, they don't have lands, so might be greedy. It's going to be a 2-3, which is kind of annoying. No, not greedy. Sure. Let's play out the Branch Walker. No, I don't think I need another freebooter. I think I just want to hit a land so we can play this on turn 6. It kind of got out-bombed. It wasn't necessarily that their bomb was better. It was just that the sequence was just really, really difficult for us to deal with. Just the way that it played out. Yeah, spend €200 on your client. Don't answer support tickets. That sounds about right, and that sounds relatable to about most of these companies. They don't really care about the people. They're spending money. You've done that bit. We've made our money, so I don't really care about anything else anymore, do I? So we've still got this Bombard, so we can deal with that Air Elemental. Let's just deal with the Air Elemental and jam for 6. And then if we find lands, we can play Itali or Dreadmaw. Just put the pressure on them. Guilt Growth Stalker, yep, that's fine. That doesn't really do anything. Land, sure. Assuming this is trading with a Branch Walker, that's fine. You get 8. Jam a Dreadmaw down your throat. You didn't have a counterspell last time, you don't this time either, sure. Cool, nice and easy, nice and easy. Didn't even have to play our rares. Look at all these rares sitting in our hand that we can't even cast because our opponent's gone away. Oh, so sad. And what have we got? Rise from the Grave, sure. What's our Vault Progress at? 146, sure. So 2-1. 2-1 in this draft at the moment. Eesh. I think this is a keep. Again, the reason that we've been talking about for a lot of the time is that I just hate mulliganing in best of one drafts. The only reason I save my vault progress over 100% is purely to see how far I am to getting my next vault. But that's the only reason. So once you've... if I need the mythic wildcard, or if I need the wildcards, I'll crack it, but I just want to see how close I am to the next one. We're going to need to get this Raging Regisaur down pretty quickly, but it's going to deal with all of these things given enough time, so just need to live long enough. Got a Sun-Colored Raptor too, sure. I had that problem for a bit, but I've now got basically all of the rares and basically all the mythics that I would play. So I think the only stuff I'm missing is the stuff from the white weenie deck. So everything else I've got, so I don't tend to have issues with wildcards. So I've just been holding on to that just so I can see what progress we're making. I'm assuming I'm going to take quite a chunk here, so it's going to be 4, 7, go to 9. This hand was maybe just too slow. Yeah, Mythic Dual lands. Let's just reprint some revised duels at Mythic and just make you guys absolutely despise crafting wildcards. That sounds about right. So Freebooter, it's going to trade with this Raptor regardless of what happens. We're going to attempt to. And then we're going to try and get this Regisaur down so we can start trying to kill these things before we die. So we're going to take at least another 6 from these two. And then we're going to need to hope that this gets there. Okay, so we're dead. We need a bombard. These are going to trade. I'm going to go to 3. So I need bombard. That's not bombard. Yeah, like the fact that they had us basically dead to there regardless, like I don't think there was going to be many draws we were going to have the ability to be meaningful in that matchup. That was kind of rough. Yeah, that's the one thing that I think they will end up moving toward is having your wildcards that can make you go up and down. So you could like trade like 10 common wildcards for an uncommon or 10 uncommons for a rare or stuff like that. I have a lot of spare wildcards, so that would make me quite happy. But again, I'm just going to be greedy. Greed is life, chat. Greed is life. Because what's going to be on top is going to be Mountain, Dinosaur, Mountain, and that's we're going to win the game. It'll be fine. If we draw a Mountain, this hand's good, and if we draw 2, this hand's excellent. So I think it's worth keeping. Just like that, chat. Never in doubt. Never in doubt. If you believe enough, it's going to be on top of your deck. You just have to believe. Ooh, Huntmaster. I'm going to get this Death Spitter out because it attacks for 6 here. They have a pretty slow draw here. Direct quote. Mountain, go on. Oh, we didn't draw the Mountain. How unlucky, chat. How unlucky. You're going to have to make a trade here, which is fine. Then we just get to play Golden Guardian. And if we draw a Mountain, we get to play a Tally out, so... If we draw a mountain, we win the game now, so. Lands and spells are good for us here. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Probably going to be live for another 25 minutes or so. Finish off this whole draft. Thanks very much everyone for watching. If you haven't already, we'd appreciate if you followed me. We've hit 50 followers today, so we'll get to affiliate with that, which is cool. So thanks everyone for having followed already. I think I'm supposed to do the tricksy thing here. Attack with a Death Spitter. They're going to block, because they have to block. They don't have to, but they're going to block. Then we're going to Bravado to pump this. We're then going to fight the Golden Guardian with it. And then we'll play the Branch Walker after combat. And then that means we can we're guaranteed our Italy turn next turn. And so kill your thing, stop you casting stuff, fight this thing, you take 2. Keep that one there. Put the fear in them. It's not the one we're going to cast, but put the fear in them. Got to remember about the fear. It's all about the fear. Overgrown Armor Source, sure. Cast this one. Give this one haste. Oh, the opponent! Opponent! We weren't done yet. This sounds pretty good. We get to play the Huntmaster here. Then we'll get to Daggertooth and then Freebooter. Sun Sentinel, sure. We're a little land heavy on this one, but we will we'll get there. I do have to get some lunch because I've got training at 2, so I do need to still go and have some lunch. So we might have to. I don't want to. I don't want to do that to you guys. I don't want to leave you hanging, but I might have to. Exultant Sky Marcher, sure. Could really do with drawing something that's not a land. No tax. Take me to not find any lands. Any non-lands, so we're just going to have to keep smashing on in. Sure. Well, hey, we found a creature. Alright, let's give this thing haste and let's try and get aggressive. Seven you. 54 minutes in a state jail. Yep, that sounds wonderful. Oh no. Dreadmaw seems good. Is that one good? Oh, that's really rude. But I want to give my thing haste. That's so rude, opponent. So rude. That's even more rude. Stop it. Right, I'm due a spell. Tuscadon's a good one. Go. Okay, give a thing menace is annoying. What else do you have? Am I just supposed to attack with this thing? Don't think I am. I've got a couple of turns to be able to do this. Cool. Leave that as it is. Yep, that's exactly what you want to do. Just play creatures, remove them, smash, smash, smash. That's all you need to do. So just hoping they don't have anything else, then we're in a reasonable place. Maybe you played each other. Stick my 2 and like it. Ugh, more lands. How many lands is that? 9 out of 16. I need to be able to try and get one of these things out of the way for this Tuscadon to deal as much damage as it needs to. Queen's Bay Soldier, sure. More 2/2s. I got a 4. I think I'm dead, but we'll make them kill us. This would be a really unfortunate result for the quality of deck that this is. But yeah, their deck seems sweet. They've got some really high quality removal spells, so yup. World's best bookie, not today, unfortunately. Oh, and you had a trick as well. Awesome. Awesome. Yikes. Oh, that's a really unfortunate result for that deck, because I think that was a better deck than that. But maybe it was just our lack of removal. Maybe it was my mulligans that were potentially just too weak. Let's crack a couple packs and then we'll do a wrap. "24-hour stream." Well, now that I'm an affiliate and that is done, I've gone and done that while we were playing that game. I can recognise you guys as VIPs, and we can start to talk toward that. So yeah. Thanks very much everyone for watching today. It's been absolutely amazing to be able to get up to 50 followers. So absolutely ecstatic with that. Thanks again. I plan on drafting again Tuesday evening, which should be pretty good. Let's see if we can find a good channel worth raiding. Seeing as there's a fair number of you in here, so I think it's worth raiding. Anyone I recognise the name of? Let's pick someone down the bottom. Cool. I've picked someone, so again, thanks very much for watching, everyone. Feel free to send me any feedback or anything on the way that I'm doing stuff. I've already asked for people for some feedback on the screen and stuff, see if there's anything else you actually want added to the screen, because realistically it's not me that has to watch it, it's you guys. So if there's anything that would make your life easier to be able to watch, then let me know. But again, yeah, thanks very much for spending your time with me this morning. It's been good 4.5 hours nearly, one of the longer streams I've done. But yeah, thanks again. And yeah, you should now be able to do affiliate level things in my stream, which would be awesome. So, but yeah, we're gonna raid this person. So yeah, thanks very much, everyone, and we'll catch you next time.